Alright guys, welcome to Danger and Violence Extreme. It's going to be a very interesting live stream series, this one. I've never really booked with a hardcore company before, so I'm going to test it out. I had to go and fix the product settings because the CV97 isn't actually released yet, so I had to do a little bit of importing from 2016 and get it up and running, ready to go. I want to check a few things out before we get stuck in here, because as you can see, we've got some penalties for our production values and stuff like that. Also, our roster is pretty small. As you can see, we also need 20 active workers. We've only got 22 at the moment, and we look at the tag teams really quick here. We've literally got 3 tag teams, so I would like to maybe go in and sign a few workers. Maybe like 2 more tag teams as well. The McWade brothers would probably be a decent option. I think they're with... I'm not sure if they're with North of the Border or potentially with CGC. I know it's one of the... It might be CGC, actually, now that I think about it. But let me just take a quick look here on my phone. Make sure everything is running nice and smooth. Anyway, if you are watching on YouTube, you'll be watching it after the fact. Make sure you go over to the Twitch channel. There'll be a link to that in the description down below. And make sure you follow the Twitch channel there as well. Let me just see. Hopefully it is working. But yeah, these live streams, I'm going to try and make them, they need to be a semi-regular thing. Can't obviously... at the moment I'm on holiday, so once I get back to some sort of normalcy after the holiday period, I want to try and at least do them a couple of times a week. At least 2. I don't want to say more than 2, because 2 in its own right kind of feels like a lot, along with the local to global episodes, but let's see what we can do here and what we can do in the future as well. And I feel like Dave is definitely a company that I would like to try and book, because like I said, I've never booked hardcore before, and as you can see, there's a lot of different things that I'm generally not sort of used to in a product setting. Obviously, you've got the hardcore style leading to a high level of general wear and tear on the bodies of workers. Of course, injuries are also more common. So with that said, I also want to go in here to our settings. I always do this for every save I play, turning injury frequency down to low. I think I also want to do area battle status on combined. I kind of like it on both shows and, the workers that a company has as well. I feel like it just kind of makes things a little bit more interesting. I think the preferences should be... I think I made a default, so they should be the same as local to global, which is over on the YouTube channel. But yeah, let's get into things. I guess, first of all, we should do a creative meeting. Now, Nemesis, obviously, his picture changed. And at the moment, it's a difficult thing, because obviously the base picture that would be assigned to him is essentially no longer in the database. What I could have done is gone into my 2016 database and then got the same picture there, made this the alt picture. But you know what? This one looks a lot cleaner. So I'm kind of fine. It's just on this sort of the main page, or the roster page. He'll be kind of this blued out player, or blued out picture. But obviously, when he's in the actual shows and stuff like that, he will obviously have this this new render from 2020. But he is by far our biggest star. He's also the SWF North American champion. So with popularity like that, above 70s, pretty much all throughout the United States, I'm not exactly thinking that we're going to be keeping this man for too long. So, while I would love to put the title on him in the short term, I'm not 100% sure that's the best idea, because what I think is probably going to happen is SWF and Hollyweird, which eventually becomes TCW down the line. Hollyweird is a small company at the moment, so they might they might be able to sign exclusive written contracts. Not 100% sure. But we got JD coming in, man. You seem to make every stream. It's perfect, man. Love seeing your face in the chat. Anyway, yeah, back on topic. They're a small company. They're very close to. I may as well just go in and show you guys real quick, just to give you, everyone a bit of a better picture. So this is Hollywood Grappling Company, HGC. They are small, like I said. They're also the second ranked company in the entire game, which kind of says a lot, really. SWF obviously being in first place. They're by far sort of the biggest company. They're not even medium size. They're actually big size, which is pretty crazy. 80 popularity across the US, but they don't exactly have a lot elsewhere. I mean, they have 65 across the British Isles, but they haven't really branched out into Canada. That's probably due to maybe north of the border, sort of holding some real dominance in the country of Canada. But yeah, so their newest rivals being SWF, Hollywood Grappling Company. Like I said, it does eventually become TCW and kind of loses the sports entertainment product that it has, and going into the formation of TCW, basically becomes a wrestling ability over sort of popularity or heavy angles, shall we say. But they've got money to spend, so being small, depending on their size, which is, as you can see, pretty decent across the US as well, they're likely going to be able to sign people onto exclusive written contracts. Now, that could very well start a bidding war. Terra King, this is the converted. Unfortunately, the converted 2016. I would love to get my hands on the the new 2021, because I've seen that. Well, I've seen the thread for that over on Grey Dog Software, the forums over there. Looks really good. Looks like a lot more effort's being put into it as well, which is pretty cool. Sort of filling out the rosters a bit better. But I just wanted to play something a bit different. Tyler No Shoe's coming in as well. Everyone's coming in. But yeah, just wanted to play something different, and I've literally never booked a hardcore company before. So I kind of feel like Dave is the... Oh, are we the third? No, we're the 14th biggest company in the world, but soon to be third, I would say. Once we start setting ourselves up. So with that said, I mean, actually, we should go back to the creative meeting and go through it properly. So number 2 franchise player, we have Vengeance. You guys might be pretty familiar with him. He, I think at the moment in the actual 2020 default, he is with EILL as Skull the Bones. Very, very old in the sort of default. Again, it is, 23 years into the future compared to this one. But as you can see, he's without a doubt probably our biggest, upcoming, fastest rising star. And I'm pretty sure he's even had a extreme title run at some stage as well. Yeah, as you can see, Vengeance down there. So he held the title. He didn't hold it for too long, 4 months, but 3 months even. They're hard with a lack of sponsorship money. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking forward to. But even more than that, I feel like it'll be a good challenge for me just to sort of wrap my head around the whole actual hardcore matches going into shows and stuff. Yeah, Terra King, that's exactly what I think. It's just going to be a fun little challenge, man. Honestly, just going to get me through. I really wanted to play the Thunderverse, but I don't know what's going on with that. I couldn't actually find the forum post to the Thunderverse anymore, so I'm not sure where that's gone, or hopefully it's still in production or a work in progress. But yeah, I couldn't find that, and I was kind of tempted to maybe do that instead, but it was between obviously 97 and the Thunderverse. But yeah, anyway, storylines, we've got Blood and Gold, which I guess is kind of looking like the main title, and then Everyman versus Tradition. Yeah, I mean, that's interesting as well. But yeah, back to creative meeting. I mean, we got Johnny Martin. I mean, he looks good. He's got the star quality. Obviously, got the hardcore, got the brawling that you kind of need in a company like this. And we do have quite a few younger stars as well. So we're going to need some of these more, experienced guys. Don't really know how Henry Lee is number 4. Yeah, I don't really know how he's number 4. He's got 34 psychology. I might have to job this guy out a fair bit. Oh, we got Jerry Nullard as well in here. I'm about to sign the McWade brothers. I kind of said that when the stream first started, because we've literally got 3 tag teams. So we're going to try and maybe pick up another 2 tag teams, hopefully off the rip here. But we also have JD Morgan, so he's pretty talented as well, but doesn't really have the star quality or the entertainment skills to really get himself over. But as you can see, his technical ability, basics, psychology, and stamina are probably going to get him through. And he's also got 45 pop, so he'll be a pretty big main event star for us as well, I would assume. Kind of that real, technical workhorse, sort of like a Dean Malenko, and I think he'll do a decent job. Anyway, these are our tag teams. They're all super low in regards to popularity as well, and Black Murder are our current tag team champions. So yeah, we've got some work to do. So let's take a look at the hidden gems here real quick. I mean, 2 of them stand out. So obviously Morpheus is American Buffalo. If you're familiar with the former live stream series I did with TCW, he is the American Buffalo. And he's only 23, and I kind of like him. I like the look of him. Obviously still got the really good menace, which is going to be a positive, but he also can speak on the microphone. Then again, he's also got the hardcore, got the brawling. Stamina, I mean, it was always his big problem, even in PCW, but he is only 23. Despite being a big heavyweight, we might be able to get that up a little bit. Potentially. It doesn't really matter too much, because most of our matches are likely going to be, 10 minutes long anyway, so... Oh, okay. I've apparently agreed not to sign anyone who works for New York City. Why is that? It looks like we're currently at war with, assuming that's the sort of hardcore. Yeah, why have we decided not to sign workers from each other? That seems like a really strange thing to... Hopefully Danny... Yeah, luckily Danny doesn't actually work. So Danny's he's also a pretty decent worker. 60 hardcore, 56 brawling there as well. Although he is selfish. Didn't really think about that when I first looked at him. That actually puts me off him quite a bit. Morpheus could be like Rhino. He definitely could, but I mean, we're going to have to at least try and get rid of this relationship, because I would like to get him. I would like to get Morpheus. I mean, let's try and negotiate. End agreement. Okay, there we go. Did it get rid of it, though? That is the question. I don't think it did. It seems to still be there. Okay, so now they've got a negative attitude of us, and it still looks like... Oh, no, we can. Okay, looks like we can sign him. So there we go. The real question is, can we actually offer exclusive written contracts ourselves right now? Yeah, they historically stayed out of the East Coast Wars. Yeah, I find it interesting that they would have a sort of non-signing agreement. That seems strange. Yeah, I mean, we can't really go for 10 years. I mean, at this point, let's just go handshake. I mean, I can't even really think about giving this guy an exclusive written contract, even though I would like to. Even though I would like to. That as well, per show. Wants a little bit of merchandise. He's going to want 10%. Messing everything up here. Alright, luckily he won't want travel cover, but I assume that's because he's already in the tri-state area. All right, so there's one signing, but let's go through the other signings that we can get in. I think what I want to do is maybe do a 50 minimum brawling, 50 minimum for hardcore, 50 minimum for psychology as well. I mean, the basics don't really matter too much, really. All right, let's see what we got in here. Yeah, American Buffalo at 23. He definitely could turn into a big star, and especially with his menace, we could probably get him over pretty easily. All right, let's have a look. I mean, there are some obvious guys that kind of stand out. This guy definitely stands out. Big Trouble. Kind of wondering, does he have a tag team? No, no tag team. At the moment, I just want to look for tag teams because our division is extremely weak. Anyway, there is Dallas McWade. He does work for north of the border. So, I mean, I was kind of half correct, I guess. Yeah, they're very good. They're both heels, though, so that might be a bit of a problem. Also kind of need to have a close eye. I don't want 700 per show, though. That's pretty steep, but you know what? They're also pretty good, so we'll try and get that down a bit. I mean, it's unlikely to be signing them for that cheap anyway, so I should probably raise my offer. And I want $6.90, so we're saving $10. Lovely. Also likely going to want 10%. Anyway, there's Dallas McWade. We'll get his brother Dean as well. There he is. Likely to be the exact same contract, to be fair. Yeah, I mean, that looks pretty good. I mean, these guys will probably be tag team champions fairly soon. Fairly soon. You could also get these guys. What is it? Is it Death Metal? They're both German workers. They're also pretty talented. They're quite old, as you can see. And yeah. I mean, they're good. They are good. They are good. So maybe we sign them as well. I mean, Eclipse doesn't look too bad either. Maybe Bandito. Bandito would be a very good signing. Not exactly the most hardcore. You know what? I definitely like Bandito because I don't want to just focus on the hardcore stuff. I do want to have some sort of technical wrestling, maybe a little bit of high flying as well, but obviously we primarily have to focus on hardcore and what's gonna. Yeah, see, here's metal. The other guy was death. Of course, together they're death metal. They're both German, so that'd be pretty interesting. They both can work in the USA as well. Flips is injury prone. Good to know. Thank you, Tara. What about Pistol Pete? I mean, Pistol Pete. Any thoughts on Pistol Pete? Because, I mean, he's a pretty big star, and he's actually not signed with anyone. Unwilling or unable? I guess we are... Oh, he's on hiatus. Never mind. We'll shortlist him. We might be able to come back once we go up in size. I mean, Rampage is selfish. Like I said, we want to stick pretty well clear. I mean, the hype is always a good option as well for a young worker. But the thing with him is he's, as you can see, drinker, soft drug user, hard drug user. He also, I think, overdosed in the canon here. Yeah, as you can see, OD'd in a locker room just before his SWF debut. I mean, there's not a lot else, to be honest. In regards to tag teams, anyway, that are going to be decent. I mean, there's obviously other tag teams that we could get in. Usually sticks to Japan. Larry would be yeah. I mean, he'd be a decent option as well. I would like to get Bandito, but he seems pretty expensive. I mean, if we needed a road agent, Professor Nero would probably be the guy to go to. Wow. What am I looking for? Larry. Yeah, I mean, Larry's 79 hardcore. And his star quality menace. The thing is, we're signing a lot of heals. And it's only loosely enforced as well, because I kind of changed that, but I mean, we could maybe run into some problems. Luckily, he's only going to be pretty cheap, I guess, until we start pushing him. He gets a little antsy at his pay packet. Let's try 150 for him. I mean, he's literally going to want 180 no matter what, so there we go. Brent Hill, Human Arsenal. Very good shouts. That'd be real young as well. Reset that real quick. Let's just maybe have a look at some of the younger workers just in general. Set an age of maybe 28. I mean, Big Smack Scott could be a decent option as well. Obviously very young, but as you can see, got the star quality, although, again, drinker, selfish, often in trouble. Lots of problems associated with Big Smack Scott. I mean, there's Brent Hill right there. I mean, would definitely be a very, very solid option. But again, another heal, so... Yeah, I mean, that might be tough. Tom Gilmore. Tom Gilmore's a good shout. How old would Tom be? Brian Bounds. Got Marcel Lafleur's. Brian Holmes. Again, he's another heel worker. Yeah, Big Smack Scott's safety is 12. Yeah, I mean, he's probably likely to injure everybody. Especially with the style that we're going to be running as well. This guy, Christopher Hart. And he's got some star quality on him, but really not a lot apart from that, honestly. I mean, there doesn't seem to be a lot. Cousin Ezra. I mean, he's got a little bit of hardcore on him, but Holmes would be awesome. He would. I mean, Dandelay. Dandelay would be pretty decent. Again, another heel though. I mean, he's at 21. He's already the CGC television champion. And we could sign Danny Patterson here. Danny looks like a decent English worker as well. Is he a heel though? Assuming he's also a drinker. It's tough, man. It's actually proving to be a little bit more tough than I thought it would. It's kind of a fairly limited sort of amount of workers, especially for this style. So we got Dino Machino, Dean Daniels. Again, Dean, also a heel. Dirty Frank, another heel. Dogfight, another heel. I mean, they're literally all heels, which is insane to me. I mean, should I just sign Donny J? Oh, Doug Peak. I have to sign Doug Peak. I'm a big fan of the Peak brothers. The real question is, will we be able to take him away from is it XWA that we're at war with? I think it is. XWF, I think it is. I guess XWA is not actually in the game yet. Tim Westybrook. Yeah, I mean, Tim Westybrook would be a decent option as well. What's his brother's name? Eddie. I think Eddie's actually better than Doug, from what I remember. Eddie Chandler in there as well. Probably not going to come. There's Eddie Peak. As you can see, the more talented brother, for sure. We'll try and get him in as well. Could be pretty tough, though. Because, again, XWF, they're in that sort of thing together. It's like some sort of hardcore alliance. uh, I mean, it seems like literally, all the hardcore workers, they all seem to be heels. I don't know what it is, but they literally all are heels or better as heel. See, even this guy, 100% heel, more of a hardcore worker. I mean, Grunt and Stink would be decent as well, but again, they're all heels. I don't get it. There's Human Arsenal. Not exactly a hardcore worker, but again, 100% a heel. I mean, Bruce is available to sign at the moment. He's probably going to be chucked straight onto a exclusive written contract. I would say fairly soon. You know, with his popularity, not with his popularity, with his entertainment skills, is likely to be able to build himself up. Jake Giederock would be a decent option. Although MOSC would probably want to try and keep him. Yeah, babyface is harder. Yeah, it's very true. I mean, with the hardcore workers, I mean they're all trying to be that sort of badass, aren't they? Anyway, Jake Harvey actually looks pretty good for an 18-year-old. I know the psychology is dreadful, but I think I'll sign him as well, just for the fact that we kind of need a few more workers, and we're going to sort of need a few younger jobbers that are going to put guys over. I think he'll be pretty decent, at least from the get-go. Got a 16-year-old Jesse Gilbert, 16-year-old Joe Gilbert as well. Joey Poison. I mean, he looks like he would kind of fit the Dave mold, just with that sort of multicolored hair. Currently working for 4C. I didn't even realize they're actually in the game. Yeah. Psychology, I mean, it's very slow for psychology to rise, though. That's the only problem. You're only looking at maybe 4 to 5 points per year. Unless of course, you get a mentor. Got Maverick in there as well. Johnny Highspot. I mean, this guy looks pretty good. Jungle Jack. I'll have to go back and find his picture for the next stream, but I mean, honestly, he looks pretty good. Who is he currently working for? RPW and New York as well. I'll put him on the shortlist because I'll go back and fix him up. I really want some more faces, to be honest. I mean, they literally all seem to be heels. Mean Gene Catley. Again, another heel. Oh, Jungle Lord. Okay, fair enough. That makes sense. Jungle Jack. Madman Boone. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. What about Pablo Rodriguez? I mean, we could have a really good like storyline or rivalry between Pablo and Vengeance. This the priest sort of going after the weird sort of masked worker, very evil. I mean, Pex could be interesting as well. Only 21. We got Pepper Vane as well, which is kind of the default character, if you will. I just wanted to put him in the game, see what maybe would happen to him. To be honest, you got Phil Templeton. I mean, Phil looks good, but he's only got 27 psych. Ooh, Puerto Rican Power. Amazing babyface. Oh, we have to sign him. 100%. Yeah, Puerto Rican Power, 100%. I think I would like to try and push him pretty fast as well. Good psychology, you know, not terrible primary skills, but... And he's also an amazing babyface. Could potentially, I mean, if we can get his star quality up to about 90, then we might actually be able to chuck him as our figurehead. Rich Money. Rich Money would be decent to, you know, steal away. Because he'll likely go to SWF, as he eventually did. But Richard Blood as well. I mean, the fact that his last name's Blood, that just kind of fits pretty well. Or say Hawaiian Worker as well. Seen many of those. What about Rick Sanders? Very technical. Also a heel. Roger Dodger, so Roger Cage. 19 years old. But Rolling Johnny Stones as well. Currently unemployed, which is interesting. Sammy Back. I mean, if we wanted a really talented worker for the future, Sammy Back would be it. Sandy Townsend. Sean Gonzalez would be a decent option as well. Professional. I mean, it looks like he was actually working for Dave. Yeah. So he used to work for Dave, Sean Gonzalez, but then swapped over to XFW. I'll put him on the shortlist because I probably would like to bring him back. I mean, there's just honestly there's not that much talent, even still. I mean, Mars Mauler might be. I mean, even Mars Mauler's not a great option. And kind of a lot of these guys just aren't really the or at least have the sort of hardcore aspect I'm looking for. Tim Westybrook, though, does look like a pretty decent suggestion. So I think we'll go for Westybrook as well. Although he's working for both CGC and NEW. Might be a bit of a stretch for him to actually make our shows. I have to wait and see how that goes. I mean, Tom Gilmore. Angry Gilmore. I mean, I pretty much have to at this point. Just for the whole local... okay. Again, RPW, which is also in that sort of hardcore alliance, which is essentially against us, which sucks. But I'll put him on the shortlist. We'll try and get him later down the line. Troy Tornado. Could be another decent option. Kind of weird looking tights when he's young, I guess. He's lacking the psychology, but I mean, everything else with him kind of looks pretty good. Even the hardcore is not too bad at 39. I don't want to go too crazy signing too many workers, but I mean, he's on the shortlist, so we'll keep that there. I mean, Zeus. Unlikely to sign Zeus as well, but I mean, should I just try and... I may as well just go for him, to be honest. I mean, at this point, you know, signing guys I'm at least sort of familiar with is probably a pretty decent option as well. As far as teams go, we didn't really sign too many teams, so hopefully once we start advancing, we'll be able to, I don't know, at least find some sort of positive chemistry between people, at least between faces. I don't think we have any face tag teams. Actually, we do. We have these two. No, we don't. They're actually... the animals are actually heels. And so are the Darkness Warriors. All three of our tag teams are heels. Why are the animals heels? I would kind of expect them to maybe be faces, but what do I know? I mean, obviously Big Cat Brandon is better at a heel, so yeah. I don't know. That's a weird one. Anyway, I would like to get into the show. So let's start advancing. Kind of also worried about these penalties here. And we also do a weekly event. It is strange. We had a TV show, but looks like it went off air because I guess they don't have any type of broadcaster. Look at broadcasters here. Kind of just wondering if there's, you know, sort of anything we could get, really. I'm assuming that there would probably be something for the Tri-State. Yeah, Central Perk TV. 47 pop, 1 region. We're actually not too far away from that. Then 42 pop in 2 regions for East Coast today. Our size. 42. I mean, that's not that far away. And if we could get the, what was it? It was 47 required for Central Perk. So if we get, I mean, if we get to 47, I don't know. It's kind of a weird one. We've got a lot of like little broadcasters here, small coverage across quite a few regions. But what's this one? This one could be interesting. So 42 pop in 2 regions for Horizon Station. This one actually looks pretty good. So I guess Tri-State. What's the other region we have pop in? Tri-State and New England. I don't think New England was one of those. Where was it? Down there. Yeah, there's no New England there, so that's kind of out of the question as well. Lovely. Okay, well, we don't have a lot of options. I guess we're obviously just going to be running in the Tri-State, so I guess we'll probably hit 47 anyway, and of course we need to get up to 59 minimum in the Tri-State anyway, so Doesn't really matter too much. I mean, the broadcasters, I am playing as Veibert. Veibert? Veibert. Yeah, Phil Veibert. I mean, he's the announcer when the game begins as well. The announcer, or the color commentator and the owner. Anyway, let's get into this first show here. So much red, yeah. A lot of red with the production values. Not looking too good. All right, we got some contracts. All right, we got Morpheus. That's a positive. I think I mean, realistically, I may as well just bring him in as a heel. He's a 100% heel. So there we go. Made up my mind for me. I mean, Larry Wood, I would kind of like Larry to not be a heel, but he's also 100% a heel. So there we go. Again, it is only loosely enforced, so it's not sort of the end of the world. I mean, the Peak brothers coming in as heels as well. Lovely. Tim Westybrook, though, will come in as a face. So that's at least one positive. Got one face, and he's very good, and he's only 21 years old. So Puerto Rican Power will be another good one. Zeus, I think, is a heel as well. Yeah. The Bronze God himself. But Jake will be a face. Yeah, better as a baby face, so he'll be a nice little jobber to feed to all these heels that I'm bringing in, basically. I mean, there's a lot of other offers here, but they're only handshake deals, so I mean, their handshake deals, are they going to sort of change anything about our deals? Are we at war with XFW? Are we at war with them? I don't know if we are. But I'm kind of... We're not at war with New York City. I thought it said that they couldn't sign our workers, but they're obviously trying to. This could be pretty difficult, not gonna lie. We don't have any stables, so I guess that's kind of a good thing. I guess we can make our own stables as well as the live stream series progresses. All right, so we got one McWade brother. I mean, do I bring them in as faces and they can just... They're also 100% heels, man. That's frustrating. At least we got Eddie Peak as well, so we at least have another tag team. But here's two faces, luckily. So Jake Harvey and Puerto Rican Power. So Puerto Rican Power will probably be pushed pretty hard from the start, I would assume. So Michael Cook being offered a contract. He currently a face. I would like to look at that, to be honest. I should probably check who are we actually at war with. I need to really... Oh, PPPW. We are literally at war with them. Same with XWF. Alright, that's not good. That's really not good. Feel the power. I need to look at my workers real quick. I should have paid more attention to that real quick. Because we don't want to lose them. So it looks like... I guess Vengeance. Are we paying him more than we should be? Because it doesn't look like there's no other offers for him right now, so... I think we're safe. It looks like we might be safe. I don't know. It's that's very strange. I mean, who else was actually wanted by somebody? I honestly don't remember. I know Vengeance was, and there's no other contract offers, so... Vengeance is... What is he? He is a... Yeah, he's a babyface. So I guess that's a real positive. And as you can see, Nemesis will probably be... That'll probably be the first major storyline, I would say. So I kind of want to job Nemesis out a little bit. Morpheus can probably be a face as well. I mean, at the moment, he's a heel. But yeah, he's 100% babyface, so we'll... I mean, can I turn him right now? Okay, there we go. We can actually turn him straight away. Thank you. Thank you, Jaron Ullet. Appreciate that little tidbit. He's literally 100% a babyface, so it doesn't make any sense for him to be a heel there. We've got Freddie Datson, who's a face. Henry. I mean, Henry's pretty much trash. I might actually feed Henry to what's his name? I've forgotten his name already. Morpheus. I'm going to keep thinking of him as American Buffalo, and it's really going to frustrate me, but I want to use the Morpheus name. Because, like, American Buffalo, it doesn't really fit the whole Dave brand, I would say. Anyway, let's get into this. The first show, Nemesis is going to be hard to deal with. Yeah, I definitely agree with that, but the thing is, we are likely to lose him, so I want to try and do as much as I can to literally get that popularity away from him. As we bring in a few more workers. So let's have a look at this. So Vengeance. Okay, so awesome Max. Obviously, we're not actually at war with them, so he's likely to sign for them, which is perfectly fine. There we go. I mean, once we start making some money, which probably be, you know, a long time into the future, but I really want to tie Vengeance down to a 10-year contract, man. Losing him would be very, very bad. We can lose Nemesis, but I don't want to lose Vengeance. Because he's definitely the future of the company. Chris is basically Dave's Tommy Dreamer. Okay. Good to know. The hardcore American. Alright, well, I'll probably book him pretty strong as well. Obviously, he doesn't have a lot of popularity, but... Datson and Caulfield together as a tag team. I mean, yeah, I mean, seeing as they're both faces, we literally need a face tag team, so... I'll tell you what, it wouldn't be a bad little option. He's also best friends with my character, Veibert, so... let's do a rib. Let's pull a rib on somebody. Go Freddie. There we go. Freddie Datson. Taking the rib there in good humor as well. Alright, what venues do we have? We can always just run a generic, which are kind of looking like the option. So let's just go with a generic venue. Don't want to potentially lose any money. Good to see that both the economy and wrestling industry are both rising. Of course, being in the tri-state, where we're likely to get, you know, the biggest fan base we can possibly get, which is always very, very good. Very good. All right, well, let's book. So it's a 2-hour show. But of course, we can always go up to 2.5 hours because it's an event. So let's do some title matches first. So Johnny Martin. I mean, the dude's already got 5 title defenses, but I probably don't want him to lose the title on this first show to an extent. So that'd be, yeah, I mean, not the first show anyway. But we'll put him in a main event. I mean, I'm not going to go, this whole series is not going to be too sort of storyline focused. I want to throw matches together and not really have to worry about storylines. As you can see, we need at least 2, and at the moment we only have to meet 35 heat, so very easy to do that. I mean, these are likely to... So I'm pretty much likely just to end these, to be honest. I mean, apparently JD Morgan is apparently the hand-picked heir. All right. In that case, let's run a tag team match. Let's have JD Morgan teaming up with. I want to have Nemesis make his debut, because this is when he would actually be making his debut in the game. Let's have Vengeance team up with. I guess it would have to be Johnny Martin, I guess, seeing as he is the current champion. And I don't really know who JD Morgan would sort of team up with. Let's just go with. We need someone with a bit of popularity. So like I guess Eric Tyler's the option. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm assuming we can probably go for a 20-minute match, to be honest, for the main event anyway. I mean, it's going to have to be scripted. Oh man, he's real good. Eric Tyler. I mean, both him and JD Morgan as heels. Very talented. And I think we want them winning. So I think I want JD actually getting the pinfall victory onto Johnny Martin. And basically, we're going to have a tainted win, outside interference finish. So we'll make it Johnny Martin is going to be obviously attacked by Nemesis. And that'll be the end of the show, essentially. Or I guess we can maybe have an angle with you know, some of the members here. So yeah, let's run an angle as well. We'll just go like a 6-minute angle. Let's actually have Veibert. I need to actually put Veibert as the announcer as well. So Veibert will be with Nemesis, then of course Eric and JD. Need to sort of familiarize myself with exactly who is what, if that makes sense, and people's sort of entertainment stats. So let me just take a quick look at these guys here. So JD cannot speak, so that's fine. Eric, I assume, can speak very well, yep. And then who else? We had, obviously, Veibert, who can also speak very, very well. Assuming he can maybe be JD's manager, or at least mouthpiece for the start of this sort of live stream series. And then obviously Nemesis in there as well, who I think, yeah, I mean, he has better entertainment stats than everybody else. So there we go. So all three of these guys, entertainment, they'll all get some success. And Dave will be, shaken up for the foreseeable future to end the show. Got Ryan Schmant. Hope I'm saying that right. Schmant. Doing very well, mate. Hopefully you're doing pretty well, leading into Christmas, leading into the holidays. Alright, what's next? I mean, we can pretty much do whatever we want now. I mean, the storyline... yeah, I mean, we only need to advance one storyline. We're essentially doing that twice, the same storyline, so... let's do some tag team putting together as well. Because we do actually have some tag teams now, which is lovely. So, Dallas and Dean. We have the McWade brothers. Interesting that we have two new brother teams. We've got the Peak brothers and the McWades. So we've got Doug and we've got Eddie. And we have the Peak brothers in there as well. So brothers versus brothers could be a pretty cool little storyline we do. And again, we're only doing, loosely enforced heel versus face. So if we want to do heel versus heel, it's not really going to penalize us too much, which will be pretty sweet. Alright, in that case, let's do a tag team match. And I think I want to have the Peak brothers. They're going to take on... Okay, we need to have Caulfield in this match as well, because we'll actually get his turn. Yeah, we'll go Freddie Datson. I'll go with Terra King's suggestion as well. So Chris Caulfield, Freddie Datson can let's at least see what they can do together. Now it might be worth actually putting these guys into hardcore matches now as well, because obviously our product is hardcore. So I mean, it's likely to get a better rating as well. So let's just go hardcore. I mean, can I make this a default match? That would be pretty good. All right, so we'll give Caulfield the victory. This will be his big turn, I guess. Do we have any match types that we need either? So we need Wild Brawl, and then we also need either Mayhem or Car Crash. I might make this the Car Crash. Actually, I'll make this the Wild Brawl. Because I guess we can save the Car Crash for some worse workers potentially, and we do have a few of them. We do have a few. All right, so what I think I want to do next is a singles match for Puerto Rican Power, because like I said, I would really like to push this guy. So we need a heel that's, I would say, pretty young. Maybe Kurt Laramie. Kurt's, probably going to be a decent little star. Although he is a smoker and a drinker, so might be something we need to worry about in the future. But yeah, I mean, apart from that, there's really no one else to verse him that I would actually want to verse him. Maybe Vin Tanner. He's kind of our old school heel. Yes, would be the best way of putting him. Yeah, let's go Kurt Laramie. I'm just noticing right there that we don't really have. I also should make this a hardcore match. I need to make that my default, I think. Just like the hardcore matches. So defaults. Go 1v1 hardcore. And then I did not mean to do that. Obviously we're not always going to go the hardcore matches, but it definitely makes a little bit of sense. Alright, there we go. Hardcore. And I guess, if it's there, we'll go triple threat hardcore as well, because we're probably going to use triple threat. There's hardcore. And I guess we may as well go fatal 4-way. While I'm here, while we're in here, get the fatal 4-way hardcore in there as well. Alright, save that. And let's chuck that on as well. If I can find it. There we go. Let's have Puerto Rican Power go in there. I actually kind of want him to dominate as well. Kurt Laramie, we want Puerto Rican Power to dominate. And we'll make it decisive as well. The finish should be decisive with Puerto Rican Power going over. We might even give him maybe a menace angle. I know that he can speak as well. Yeah, not well though. Not well. Let's give him a cheeky little menace angle, I think, for maybe 4 minutes. Puerto Rican Power. I just noticed that I forgot to chuck Bill on to color commentary there as well. TCW for the first time, Ryan. I'm in my 3rd month. Oh, that sounds like it's going pretty well for you. Honestly, I wish you would just be like ECW and have no DQ for all matches. Yeah, see, the thing with that, the hardcore match isn't the same as the no DQ matches. And our workers are probably not likely to get any sort of match bonus unless it's a hardcore match. I think the hardcore has some sort of weird sort of stipulation with it. But I mean, other workers, maybe we could just do no DQ if it's not going to affect their or use their hardcore ability. So we'll have to see how we go with that, because that'll be strange. You know, workers that have low hardcore ability. I mean, like this this guy that we signed. If I can find his name. But there was definitely one guy. Was it Jake? I think it was Jake. I mean, he actually has pretty good hardcore as well. 38's not terrible. Yeah, but yeah. You know what I mean? If there's a guy that has, you know, really good technical ability, really good brawling, but then doesn't have any hardcore, he's going to really struggle, and those matches just aren't going to be suited to him at all. Alright, up next, let's just go for another hardcore singles match. See what faces we've got left. I mean, Westybrook could probably be used in a match, but who would he verse? Let's have Henry Lee take on someone, I guess, because I mean, Henry Lee versus Morpheus, maybe? We just go straight off with the sort of storyline that I wanted to run, just to get Morpheus built up a little bit more. I mean, I don't see why not, to be honest. We'll try and have Morpheus pull off a bit of an upset. Okay, so Henry's going to be upset, but hopefully once we keep him strong, he'll take the loss. Yes, he will. Okay, perfect. Thing with Henry as well, he does have really good entertainment stats, so I might just give him angles every show to build that popularity back up, and then job him back out to the guys like Morpheus and Big Cat Brandon, those types of guys that are really gonna, you know, benefit from going into the matches against this guy that can't really work too well. I might even put these guys into a storyline together. Yeah, let's do that. Let's put those two together. Let's have I guess Morpheus debuts, and it'll just be Morpheus, and completely forgot the guy that he's versing. It is Henry Lee. There we go. Just a nice, easy additional storyline for us. Henry isn't the best, but he's handy. Yeah, I could see him being a really good worker, just to continue to build up his popularity with angles, maybe the occasional win here and there. But he'll definitely be able to get our heels over, which I think is going to be useful, because if we can get some other heels over, and we can get some faces over, you know, with those other heels as well. Alright, what else have we got to do? Trying to be Hollywood in this mod is a nightmare. Yeah, doesn't everybody have creative control over in Hollywood? I'm pretty sure I played back in 2016. I did a little HGC sort of mini-series. I'm pretty sure, doesn't Sam Strong have like full creative control or something like that, and he won't even take a loss? Some weird stuff going on there. Alright, let's go with, I think Tim Westybrook is going to have to team up with somebody in here. Maybe Monty Walker. Monty's actually pretty good as well. So that's another sort of decent face. I think let's go Tim Westybrook and Monty Walker, and they can team up against maybe the tag champs. We'll just do a tag team title match as well. Didn't mean to click that. Tim can do hardcore, so that's positive. Who's better between Elijah and Mikey? Definitely Elijah. You know what, Mikey? I mean, he's not terrible for a 25-year-old. I guess we'll put the... Yeah, I mean, it has to be Elijah with the pinfall victory. And then I guess we'll make the loser. Unfortunately, I'll have to make it Tim. Just because he has lower popularity in the match. There we go. Tag team titles on the line as well. So we get a nice little defense in there. Yeah, I don't really know what else to do. I mean, obviously we can keep just adding matches to the card, but we're sort of running out of faces that I actually want to use. All these guys are kind of... They're all jobbers, really. Maybe go I guess let's go back into default matches and go maybe 3v3 hardcore. Yeah, there we go, 3v3 hardcore. And then let's just chuck in a face team. Some of these young guys. So let's go Jake Harvey. Jake, he can do hardcore. But Lucas Hale... I mean, not exactly the most hardcore worker. What about Michael? Michael's actually pretty old. He's 25. But he's got, like, 0 hardcore to an extent. I mean, Roy's probably a little bit better than both of them. I mean, JJ is probably the last one I guess we put in. I mean, the heel team that they can verse... Larry Wood. I mean, this match is probably going to be penalized with the fact that the fans aren't going to want to see these unimportant workers versing each other. Unless the Wolverine, he's actually got some popularity. So what we'll do is we'll have the Animals team up with Larry Wood there. And that's perfect. Because yeah, Big Cat Brandon unfortunately doesn't have any popularity either. I think I actually want to try and give maybe Big Cat Brandon the victory. Just for the fact that we want to try and get him over for the tag team division as well. Build them heels. Yeah, that fixes it. I think just having Wolverine in there is 100% going to fix the issue. Luckily, because without him, I mean, there's no one else really. All right. We're just going to add in our matches. Oh, Buddy's seriously overloaded. Wonder if we can just ask somebody else to be a road agent here as well. Potentially Eric Tyler. Yeah, I mean, he's got 86. They're not too bad. Let me have a look at the roster actually, because maybe Nemesis would probably be a better option. Yeah, I think Nemesis might be a better option, at least for now. So let's talk to him. Career, road agent, and luckily he's accepted, so that's perfect. Well, with that being the actually, I don't think he can road agent that one. Wonder if he's actually better than Buddy. He might be better than Buddy. Anyway, that looks a little bit better. Assuming that's probably going to help him. Slightly too much. Change, the 2 angles, I guess, on the card. That'll sort that problem out. There we go. We also need a car crash. I mean, realistically, I've got a feeling that this match is probably going to be a car crash. kind of car crash written all over it. Let's have a look. It does talk about... What about mayhem? Yeah, I mean, yeah, if he's the booker, although obviously he's not the booker because Veibert has to be with me, you know, being the owner of the company. Yeah, it definitely makes car crash. No, I'll go car crash. Ooh, Henry doesn't have the stamina for it. Neither of them do. What about 8? Not even 8. Wow. You know what? I'm gonna keep this at 10. I'm gonna keep this regular. Then we're gonna change Puerto Rican power. And we're gonna change this to this one to car crash. Because this is gonna essentially be a squash match anyway, so we'll go 5 minutes on that. And there we go. It's kind of worked out. All right, I'm kind of wondering how I should actually start the show off. I mean, be back in 1 second, guys. All right, I'm back. Animals, aren't they funny? All right, so how do I open the show? That's the interesting thing that I want to think about. I'm kind of thinking that maybe I'll just go Veibert by himself, but I mean, if he doesn't have any popularity, or maybe Vengeance. Vengeance on Veibert. Datson and Chris versus the Peak Brothers is the opener. I think I'm going to start with an angle anyway, so and it's probably not gonna matter too much. I might actually have a back and forth between Vengeance and Veibert here to open the show. That should do pretty well. So should a Wild Brawl go at the start? That needs a crowd that's being warmed up properly. So as the Wild Brawl, I kind of need it to be a little bit further in the show. I mean, do I give Chris an angle as well? I mean, he's not terrible on the microphone. I mean, I may as well give both these guys an angle together as well. I won't do it for this show, but if they team together again, I'll chuck them in an angle together and see how they do at least. All right, I think we're ready to go. I mean, I don't really need to do any pre-show stuff, so I won't even worry about it. Datson and the McWades. I mean, I can kind of see that, Tyler. I can kind of see that. Just with the whole flannel or flano, I guess we would call it in Australia. They could definitely be sort of seen together. Although Datson is a face, and both of the McWade brothers are heels as well. So, I mean, even with the sort of loosely enforced heel versus face, I probably still don't want to put them together. Having Caulfield and Datson as an actual face tag team for us will be pretty good, I think. Anyway, let's run the show. A 59 is not a bad way to open the our first ever show in charge of Dave. I'm actually pretty happy with that. And of course, we have Vengeance coming out confronting the owner of Dave, Phil Veibert. Of course, the sort of shenanigans that Veibert's been up to. Of course, there's been a lot of mystery surrounding exactly what Veibert's up to in regards to the Dave, the Dave title. Do a lot of people make C-verse mods? I would say, I mean, there's a few out there. I mean, especially back on 2016, there was quite a few. I mean, the 2005 mod C-verse, I think there was 2012 as well. Maybe 2010 as well. I don't know. There's quite a few different C-verse mods. I think even on 2020, there's like a 70s mod as well, which is pretty cool. Anyway, let's get back to the show. So 59, good way to open the show. Go into our first match here. We've got a 6-man tag, getting a 34. Got Larry Wood and the Animals defeating Jake Harvey, Roy Stevens, JJ Coles. Got Big Cat Brandon there pinning Roy Stevens with a big cat pounce. And then Roy Stevens off his game. Jake, unfortunately, with a poor gimmick. And luckily, Larry with a great gimmick coming out of that as well. We've got a large penalty there to Jake Harvey as well. And then we've got Larry Wood as well. Although his isn't too bad. It's all the sort of comedy, cartoonish gimmicks. But he also gets a bonus when booked to look dominant. So positives with the negatives there as well. All right, we then go into tag team action, getting a 30 rated tag team match. Got Black Murder defeating Tim Westybrook and Monty Walker. We had Elijah Black, of course, one half of the tag team champions, pinning Tim Westybrook with a Soul Train. And we have Black Murder making their 4th defense of the tag team titles. Larry going to be a GOAT. We'll have to wait and see. He's very, very good, especially in hardcore matches, apparently. So we'll see how he does. We've got Tim Westybrook off his game, but he does debut his legitimate athlete gimmick, getting an initial rating of great. And he gets a small boost to star quality, although losses are going to damage his popularity more than usual as well. So yeah, I mean, there's a bit of a pro and a bit of a con there for sure. But I definitely like the star quality boost in matches and angles. Kind of expected that to maybe be a little bit better, the 30 there for the tag titles. Although there really isn't a lot of popularity in this match. All right, we then go into a 57 rated angle from Henry Lee. Of course, he's cutting an angle onto the debuting Morpheus, which everybody's been, kind of talking up recently. He says he's pretty well excited to get into his match against Morpheus. We got Barbie following the channel there. Happy to see another follower. We're getting pretty close to 100. I think that's that's probably 99 now. We also had another follower earlier in the stream that I did miss, and that was Jordan. But I'm assuming Jordan might not be here anymore. He might be, though. So, Jordan, if you're still here, let me know in the chat, man. Yeah, Henry Lee going into his match. This one's actually not too bad. A 37, I mean, it's not great, but it's also... I mean, it's somewhat respectable, I guess, considering what else we put on the card. But we do have a bit of an upset. We've got Morpheus defeating Henry Lee in 9:47 by pinfall with the Stampede. So yeah, still got the American Buffalo finisher, which is interesting. But yeah, debuts his Man Beast gimmick, getting an initial rating of very good. Oh, that's real good. Oh, that is really, really good. Large boost to the microphone during angles. Large boost to Menace during angles as well. I guess we're going to be giving him a Menace angle on the next show. Hopefully he gained a fair amount of popularity. Alright, we then go into tag team action. I think that's the lowest rating on the show so far, getting a 27. But we have Chris Caulfield and Freddie Datson beating the Peak brothers in 9:42, when Chris Caulfield pinned Doug Peak with a danger drop. And then we have Chris Caulfield sustaining a dislocated wrist. I said wrist, but I said risk, but I wanted to say wrist, because in these hardcore matches, there is a lot of risk. And we've now seen that in our first show, already picking up an injury. 12:30 AM here, making brownies. Excited to play a bit of TEW. Yeah, I mean, brownies and TEW, yeah, I would assume they go pretty well together. And anyway, we've got Freddie Datson, Miss Bliss, who is his manager, playing off each other well. Not suitable to be a babyface, that's fine. And then we got Eddie Peak with nothing in the pros and cons. And yeah, as you can see, Chris Caulfield sustaining a dislocated wrist. Hopefully that's not a botched move by one of the Peak brothers, because that wouldn't be too good. This is unfortunate, though. We only get a 29 rated angle here for Puerto Rican Power. And as you can see, he's debuted his legitimate athlete gimmick well, and he's only got an initial rating of poor. So yeah, that one's tough. That one really sucks, because I really wanted to push Puerto Rican Power as sort of our, dominant face, or like big. Is he a big heavyweight? I don't know if he's a big heavyweight, actually. I should check that. He obviously looks like one, but he might not be one. Anyway, legitimate athlete gimmick. It's only the comedy bouts that that we've got to worry about, but we literally don't have to worry about that at all. This sucks that it's an initial rating of poor. I mean, it's likely to go up the more we use him, but it's going to be sort of penalizing all of his matches and angles going forward. Okay, I mean, fair enough. Fair enough. We get a 4 match rating. And this one, I don't want to say that it's my fault, because obviously we've got a note here in the booking, and obviously having 2 crazy matches in quick succession doesn't really work well, staggering the crowd so they can catch their breath. Yeah, okay, that's a lesson learned. So obviously, at least least one match on the show probably needs to be a regular match in the hopes that we are sort of able to then do the, I think this was car crash. So yeah, in order to do the car crash match like that, we're gonna have to maybe do a regular match before the car crash in order to, you know, not do a hardcore match and then have the car crash right after it. And yeah, Kurt Laramie with an in-ring performance of 6. That's a tough one. That is a tough one. All right, the main event, it does relatively well. I kind of expected this to be a little bit better, to be honest. Apparently a pretty vocal crowd didn't seem particularly thrilled with we're seeing JD Morgan. That one's an interesting one. The match went on a little too long given its aim. And the match was a little too long given our audience. So maybe for this type of match, yeah, I mean, that's an interesting one. I need to look at the product again. I've obviously messed up with the product. The matches probably need to be a lot shorter. Anyway, we have Eric Tyler and JD Morgan defeating Johnny Martin and Vengeance in 20 minutes 13 seconds. And JD Morgan submitted Johnny Martin a cross-Atlantic stretch after interference from Nemesis. So Nemesis debuting, although he's technically not debuting, but Morgan clash is interesting. Yeah, I don't know. That's a weird one because he's obviously extremely talented, so I don't really see how the fans wouldn't enjoy seeing him to an extent. But there we go. Yeah, Jaron Nullet. I think 15 minutes probably is the max. And then we have JD Morgan seething after the match, upset that Vengeance almost injured him with a botched move. So that's perfect, or definitely not perfect. Unfortunately, I mean, the picture hasn't showed up here again. That's very frustrating. I'm gonna have to fix that, because that's really gonna bug me. I thought it would show up in the knees. Maybe I have to make it maybe make it an alter ego. I don't know. Anyway, we get a 61 to end the show, which is obviously primarily Nemesis coming in clutch here with his popularity. But of course, we have Veibert, Nemesis, Eric Tyler, and JD Morgan. And it looks like we might have a new stable, or our first stable in the company here under my reign. All in all, I mean, it's not a terrible show. There's some pretty bad matches on there, but I mean, we had some decent angles as well. All right. Well, you know what? That was actually a really bad show. A really, really bad show. I probably need to be using Nemesis in every main event, I think. Obviously, this was kind of his introduction to the... This was a lovely show. I don't think it was that good of a show. And obviously, the game doesn't think. Change it in the roster profile. Ah, the roster profile. You are correct. Yeah, lost us popularity in one region. So we actually lost popularity in the tri-state area. It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be a challenge, but you know what? I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. And of course, yeah, Chris Caulfield picking up his injury there as well. Let's take a look and see how long that's actually going to be, you know, occurring for. Because we run a weekly TV show. I might kind of want to... Actually, we've got our first event up next. Interesting. I didn't realize that was so soon. I mean, most of them do seem to be... Why are they on Mondays? That Monday seems very strange. To be running like a pay-per-view. Yeah, Nemesis, get ready to carry. He's going to have to basically strap the company on his back. Although he is very expensive as well. I'll actually show you how much he costs. He's not cheap. He's not cheap by any stretch of the imagination. Where is he? And As you can see, currently on $2,500 per show. So, I mean, paying him is essentially like paying the entire roster. But I feel like we've almost kind of got to do it at this point. I mean, what do we do? What do we do? Yeah, he's got a lot of pop. He's got over 70. As you can see there. I mean, in the Tri-State, he's got 74, which might have actually just gone up. No, I mean, maybe not. Alright, so let's go Nemesis. Momentum. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Alright, there we go. Now he's... Yeah, there his picture's all fixed up. Alright, perfect. I guess we just go into the pay-per-view straight away. And I would kind of want to upgrade these, but I know that it's way too early. I mean, there's too much potential to not really be at the level that we would need to be to not get one of those penalties. All right, let's just get into it. And I think from now on... Alright, so Vengeance, he's been hired by AMW, but that's fine, because we're luckily not at war with AMW, so we'll take that. XFW, however, have increased their production values to professional. So there we go. Okay. Yeah, I mean, let's just get into it. Let me look at the product before we advance. Okay, I mean, it all looks about... I wonder if, like, interference, would that be a cheap ending? Probably not. I mean, it's tainted. Weird that ultra dangerous match setups will be penalized. And lengthy matches will tend to lose the audience. I find that very strange. So lengthy matches will tend to lose the audience. However, matches less than 15 minutes will not be able to achieve a world-class score. And the fans are open-minded and will accept any match type. So maybe I should be just going no DQ matches. We'll sprinkle in maybe a few hardcore matches. Maybe like 1 or 2 per show. And then we can have... Obviously, down the line, we'll do steel cages, ladder matches, tables matches. Just, you know, I would say a wide range of everything. No hardcore in the hard. No, we're still sticking to hardcore. But what I'm saying is I think the no DQ matches don't actually count as a hardcore match. But obviously, weapons are still used in them, which is kind of the premise behind the company. And we will still have, like I said, a couple of hardcore matches on the show. Let's take a quick look at that. We'll go into the match types, and we'll kind of see what's what. Let's rib our referee. There we go, success. Although it's backfired for Michael Bull. What is our backstage rating? That's another pretty important thing to look at. So we're currently at 95. That's actually really good. Obviously, we've now got the simmering tension between JD Morgan and Vengeance, so we'll try and sort that out. But again, I mean, it's not looking too good, probably. We can actually go to the Ministry, which is apparently a converted church. Anyway, we'll select that venue, because we are expected to get 989 fans. So that's pretty good. anti-established hardcore product more than the others. I mean, I didn't actually look at anti-established hardcore. I probably should have looked at it. I kind of just I think I went with the same product as PSW. Of course, PSW is pretty much based off of Dave by Mitch Nace, wasn't it? Yeah, the current announcer that we have. What mod am I using? I'm just using a 2016 mod that I converted over. Didn't really have to do too much in order to actually convert it over. Pretty easy, just had to change some of the graphics into different folders and do some stuff like that, and then obviously add a few, different pictures to certain workers, such as Mr. Nemesis that we just fixed up a second ago. Anyway, I think our main event for this show, I don't even want to do a title match. Okay, let's have a look at the default matches here. Let me actually go into here. And let's go. So no DQ. So no DQ, as you can see, weapons are available. Pinfall, submission, time limit, stoppage, blah, blah, blah. Injury risk is actually low, so that's actually pretty good. Content risk is also pretty low. Yeah, I mean, it's just a match with little, relaxed rules in regards to weapons and stuff. But then if we look at the hardcore, it's slightly different. I mean, it actually doesn't... Yeah, I mean, that's kind of strange because there's no weapons in this actual match. But as you can see, they can't be counted out or disqualified. And then, of course, the injury risk there is also average. Although the content risk for that one is very low. So, yeah, interesting. I think from now on, we can just keep both of them there, to be honest. It really not going to matter too much. But let's go no DQ. And then we'll have to grab no DQ for triple threat, fatal four-way, and obviously the tag team matches as well. We'll go 6-man as well, because we're likely to use 6-man as well. Alright, that's probably a little bit better if we go like that. I guess the real question is, what type of match do I want to make this main event? I mean, I probably want to make it a hardcore match. What I'll do, let's try the main event as a no DQ. And I think I'm just going to go with Nemesis taking on Vengeance, to be honest. I think we'll try 16 minutes. I think the 16 minutes is kind of the maximum you can do with a slow build. So do that. Let's have a distraction at ringside as well onto Vengeance by Phil. I wonder if I can do that actually. See, that's interesting that the aim of the match is hardcore. Is that by default? Oh, slow build works at 15. This is a pay-per-view apparently, Back in Black. The previous show was kind of like a weekly event. Not actually a TV show, but it's supposed to be a TV show, I guess. I mean, can I just go regular? I mean, is that gonna penalize the product? I kind of feel like it might, but I mean, at this point, I may as well just at least try it. We're so early on; it's not going to really affect us too much, but we'll try that. Max is very likely to be 15. Well, let's try 16, and then I guess we'll find out, and we'll sort of definitely know. All right. I think what I want to do now as well, I think I want to have a new tag team champions. So let's go triple threat tag team match, no DQ. And then let's go for Black Murder taking on Yeah, taking on the McWade brothers and taking on the Animals as well. I mean, it's heel versus heel versus heel at the moment. But we literally don't have our tag team. The only face tag team in the company, essentially. So yeah. And I think we'll give Big Cat Brandon the victory. I think him and Wolverine, they will be pretty decent, at least for a little while. Wouldn't try 16. The rating is so important for I know the main event's super important. But honestly, I feel like that match is probably going to do pretty well anyway, even if it does pick up, one penalty is not going to be too bad. So I'd rather just test it and kind of know for sure. I know it's a pay-per-view, I probably shouldn't do it, but we're going to risk it. We're going to risk it. So yeah, new tag team champions here as well. Apparently, Murderous Mikey doesn't have the stamina for a 12-minute match. So there we go, back down to 10. Although it is hardcore. Although I'm pretty sure everybody can do hardcore in that match. Does it? The question with the hardcore note, or the match aim. Yeah, as you can see, it needs a crowd that's been warmed up properly. So we kind of need a match to maybe kick off the show. Let's have Tim Westybrook. We need another face, maybe Freddie. Yeah, those two can team up, at least for this show. Maybe they can take on the Darkness Warriors, because we didn't actually use them in that first one. We might actually run this first. I want to run this first, work the crowd. We'll give Tim Westybrook the victory, because obviously he took the pinfall loss on that last show as well. Just curious to see, with that going first, how it's going to go. All right. Let's go a match here for Puerto Rican Power. I mean, it kind of need him to face any other heel, really. Fletcher. Fletcher's perfect. Although, does Puerto Rican Power have enough popularity? I mean, he's got enough popularity in Puerto Rico, that is for sure. However, we're not in Puerto Rico. He's got 14. It's probably not good enough. Yeah, although Puerto Rican Power versed Kurt Laramie. So maybe he would have enough. Let's try it. I mean, if we get a penalty, we get a penalty. If it's a squash match anyway. We'll see how we go. Monty Walker versus JD Morgan, both of my boys. I mean, seeing as we're not actually doing a Dave title match right now, I may as well. May as well throw them together. Although I did want to do, I suppose I can't really do a number one contenders match. We already kind of know who the number one contender is at this point. All right, so Monty Walker and JD Morgan. I think we want to take hardcore off this one because we need to do something else. So let's go. We need mayhem. Go car crash for this one, I think. And then I might want to put this one after the... Yeah, we'll put this one after the... Maybe the opening match, because we'll have an angle in between. Double check that they both can't call. Yeah. Monty can't really call. Unfortunate, but there we go. Alright, that looks pretty good there. As the car crash. Actually, you know what? No, let's bounce that back up. Does that need to be hardcore as well? Still kind of getting used to this whole hardcore thing, really. I mean, it might just be better off being regular, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, Fletcher has 0 hardcore. With 10 hardcore, it's going to be a trash match. So we'll just make it regular. Need high flyers to work the crowds. I mean, yeah. But, I mean, I'm pretty sure a work the crowd match can kind of just be anyone, as you can see. Or just a way of, you know, trying to spice up the show to kick it off, basically. Doesn't necessarily have to be high flyers, which is all right. All right. Let me do some angles, and then we'll finish off with maybe one more. So I want to have a Nemesis entertainment angle. I guess he can cut it onto Vengeance. Though I kind of wanted to maybe have Vengeance with an angle on this show as well. So that'll probably go before the main event. I might give JD an angle with Phil, just to get Phil on the card again. I guess they can talk about what's his name? Johnny Martin. They'll be versing each other probably at the next pay-per-view. Maybe even one of the impromptu shows. I don't really want to take the Extreme title away from, you know, Johnny Martin on one of those sort of regular shows. It kind of just doesn't, or it at least wouldn't feel right. I also cannot rate Morgan on entertainment. Yeah, there we go. So they're both not rated. I mean, we may as well advance that same storyline as well. I know it's already been advanced. That'll go before his match. We're kicking the show off with that. Puerto Rican Power. Let's give him a menace angle, I guess. Another menace angle. I want to try and build him up, so all there kind of is to it, really. And of course, he's going to get the bonus from the menace as well. So beneficial. Just beneficial. We probably don't need any sort of tag team. We do need a wild brawl, though. All right, what have we got left, or who have we got left? Is what I probably should say. We also didn't check our Caulfield's injury, so I have to check that out. Anyway, Johnny Martin can take on maybe Morpheus, but Morpheus doesn't really make too much sense. Maybe Larry Wood, because Larry's decent. This one needs to be Mayhem. Johnny, of course, going to get the win. He's the current champion. He pretty much has to. We might be able to call, now that I think about it. Yeah, I think we can, definitely. Both above 70 psychology. That'll be nice to actually get a called match on the show. And it's also going to be non-title, as you would kind of expect as well. McWade's Wild Brawl. That's hardcore. I need to be really careful. That's a regular match. Now, which match was it? It was one of the match types. I can't even remember which one it was. I think it was Mayhem. I think it was Mayhem. So there we go. Alright, what's our problem now? Oh, it's Wild Brawl, not Mayhem. Okay, well, we'll change it. Alright, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Like that. I guess maybe we go for a Johnny Martin angle as well. He's not actually not that good on the microphone. Interesting. Although he's our current, you know, main event champion. I think I'll script him considering how bad he is. So I mean, let's go with that. Mayhem is usually better for workers with bad skills. Yeah, they've actually got pretty good skills, so that doesn't really make sense why I tried to do that. Anyway, I kind of like that show. Not looking too bad. Obviously, we're not exactly using the whole 120 minutes that we could be using. I mean, in saying that, I could probably add another match. Another tag team match to the card, potentially. If we have enough faces. Let's go Michael Cook and Henry Lee taking on maybe Eric Tyler, and we didn't turn Caulfield either, which I realized. Maybe we can give Caulfield an angle by himself, and we might be able to turn him from that as well. Team up Eric Tyler with Morpheus there as well. See if they have any chemistry between them. They are both wearing suits, so that could be an interesting little tag team potentially, and it would do Morpheus, you know, a world of good as well. Might have this one be a regular match as well. It is obviously, you know, no DQ, but apologies for that stupid noise. Yeah, this one I can't really have it be hardcore because of Cook, so it doesn't make a lot of sense. And then at the same time, Tyler has very, very good, you know, technical ability as well. It's like a great tag team. Yeah, that's exactly what I think as well. They literally look like a ready-made tag team. So we might even just think, I mean, even if they don't have chemistry, we could potentially just add them together anyway. What's the issue now? Red agent? Referee? Michael Bull. Alright, there we go. Other problem sorted out. Let's have this one run late on the show. Right. What is this match? That's our car crash. Move that up a little bit. I think that's fine. That should be fine there. Then I'll drop this to there. I might actually give these two an angle as well. Although we might be overusing Morpheus by doing that. Let's have a look. Let's see if we get the penalty there. So Eric Tyler and Morpheus. We'll go Entertainment Menace, potentially. And no, there's no overuse penalty there. And chemistry between partners or opponents get better over time. Unfortunately, they can't. But what can get better is tag team experience. So if you make a team into an actual team, as you can see here, you get experience. And once that goes up to 100, I believe you do get a slight bonus. These guys tag team specialists? It doesn't say. I suppose they wouldn't because it's a 2016 database, but there's obviously the whole tag team specialist that you can get for workers as well. Not sure if that's a trait that develops throughout the game, but it very well could be. I have no idea though. I have seen it pop up, but usually it's already there with you know, certain tag team workers. Yeah, chemistry plus experience is the best. I mean, that's a sort of ideal, you know, tag team scenario. Anyway, this show looks pretty good. Let's run it. So we start off with a 38. And of course, we do have a pretty vocal fan base, but we do have Tim Westybrook and Freddie Datson defeating the Darkness Warriors in 10:26 when Tim Westybrook pinned Jay Darkness with a TNT Whirlwind. Obviously, Datson carrying the match, but as you can see, the pretty vocal crowd didn't seem particularly thrilled with seeing Raul. Say it like that. Raul Darkness. There we go. And then we had Jay Darkness really off his game as well. So Raul and Jay not doing great things for us right now. All right, we move into a 23 rated angle this time, Menace angle from Puerto Rican Power. Kind of unfortunate, but I mean, if we look at the dirt sheet, it's literally the poor gimmick's going to drag him down even further than the ratings he was getting on that last show. But honestly, a 23 is probably enough to still literally gain him some decent popularity. And of course, the dominant victories, the dominant squash matches that he's winning, are probably going to help him as well. Although they're really bad. They're really, really bad. We get a 7 match rating. Maybe I should stop doing squashes. I just feel like it fits Puerto Rican Power pretty well. Anyway, we've got Puerto Rican Power defeating William Fletcher in 4:56 by pinfall, the San Juan Rush. And yeah, Fletcher off his game, and the match brought the crowd down as well. With Fletcher only getting a 10 in-ring performance. Yeah, well, the thing, Jaron, is they are both listed as unimportant, but I don't think we're actually getting the penalty there. As you can see. It's strange as well, because I was kind of expecting that to happen, but it looks like it's not. Which is strange. It might have something to do with the product, the vocal fan base, potentially. I don't know. We'd kind of expect it to maybe be... I don't know, maybe be the opposite, but... Yeah, anyway, 7, we move on. All right, that's a bit better. We've got a 39, isn't that hilarious? A 39 rated triple threat tag team match here, where we have the Animals defeating Black Murder and the McWade brothers in 10:20, when Big Cat Brandon pinned Dallas McWade with a Big Cat Pounce, and the Animals win the Dave Tag Team titles. But as you can see down below there, Wolverine and Big Cat Brandon don't work well as a team together. Their timing is all over the place. So they literally have negative chemistry. Yeah, I don't know about that. We're going to have to take... Essentially, we're going to have to take the titles off them straight away. But luckily, the McWade brothers coming straight in on debut into the triple threat title match, but unfortunately not very successful there. But they did debut their gimmicks. We got Dallas with an adequate, and luckily Dean getting a very good. So a little bit positive there. We've got a large boost to charisma during matches and angles for Dallas. And then we've got Dean with a large penalty to charisma. So it's kind of like for like in that regard. We also may receive a bonus when he's booked to, I guess, win dominantly. So to dominate a match. It's positive as well. Anyway, we move on. I have to, I guess, take the titles off them in the rematch, I guess. Ooh, the Mountain Men. Yeah, that could be a decent little stable. Dean, Dallas, and Larry Wood. We could definitely call them the Mountain Men. I mean, I think they all have the same gimmick as well. The literally, yeah, like you said, the Mountain Man gimmicks. Yeah, I mean, we may as well just make them a stable. All right, we then go into a 50 rated angle, so I'm pretty happy with Johnny Martin here. Getting the angle, getting the crowd interested again. Positive, and of course we scripted him because while his entertainment stats, they're not terrible, they're also not great either. They're only around that 50 mark, and when they're around 50, you want to be scripting them because you can run into those negative problems coming up where your angles get penalized because they can't go unscripted. They can't work out a promo on their own. All right, the match, actually our best ever match. We get a 43. We have Johnny Martin defeating Larry Wood in 9:34 by pinfall with a twist on the rocks. Interesting, because this was our Wild Brawl match. And it says that it was also poorly placed because it needs a crowd who are buzzing. Obviously, with the previous matches, it kind of dragged it down a little bit. So fair enough, but we still got a 43. So hoping the main event against Nemesis and Vengeance going to be a little bit higher than that, hopefully. All right, we then go into a 57 rated angle here with Phil Veibert, and he puts over JD Morgan. And of course, the fact that he is essentially owed a title match for the Dave Extreme title. And JD is, of course, looking to become the champion. Johnny Martin off screen there. As you can see, Phil Veibert, of course, my character, and the owner of Dave, clearly enjoying having the freedom to go off script and performing well as well. Good stuff. And of course, that leads into his match, and we've got another injury. What I should be expecting it. I should be expecting it. Anyway, we get a 42, so it is a really good match. We got positive chemistry, great chemistry between JD and Monty. Yeah, JD Morgan, we have him defeating Monty Walker in 12:27 by submission with a cross-Atlantic stretch. And then, of course, Monty Walker sustaining a TFCC tear, which is interesting. And then, of course, the vocal crowd still don't seem particularly thrilled seeing JD Morgan. I don't know why that is. I'm kind of wondering, that's kind of got me a little bit perplexed. But he was also off his game as well. So this match could have been better. And as you can see, he is actually getting a negative crowd reaction penalty for his matches. They both got penalized for stamina in this one as well. Probably due to the fact that it was 12 minutes. Alright, so let's move on. It's another good match though, I'm happy with that. Hopefully not a botched move. We go into a 50 rated angle though, up next, with potentially our newest tag team, even though they are both heels once again, with Eric Tyler and Morpheus. We could be seeing the budding bromance between these two suit-wearing fiends, if you will. Of course, Morpheus was rated on Menace, and then we had Tyler, who's very good on the microphone with his entertainment skills. I mean, their match does even better than I really expected this match to do, to be honest. Very surprising. We get a 49 rated tag team match where we have Eric Tyler and Morpheus, so potentially that new tag team, defeating Michael Cook and Henry Lee in 9:59 when Morpheus pinned Cook with their Stampede. And as you can see, Cook got a lot of static from a vocal crowd who clearly weren't impressed with him in the ring, I guess. Which is interesting because he's not that bad. Not that bad. I kind of feel like he would be a pretty good technical wrestler, so him and Henry would, or at least him and Tyler would have a pretty decent sort of technical spell during the contest. I mean, he is only getting a 21 in ring, so make of that what you will. But yeah, there we go. Good to see a 59 out of Eric Tyler as well. That's pretty impressive. Alrighty, we go into a 69 rated angle from Nemesis. I mean, it's the reason why we pay him, 2.5k per show. The guy is not only a ratings machine, but the popularity that he has, and of course the brawling and the hardcore, he's likely to get pretty good match ratings. At least he should be. And I'll definitely learn, especially coming off this next match, the main event here, of how we're going to try and book him and how long for. Okay, so there we go. Jaron Ullett, you were right. It was too long. So 15 has to be the max length. But we got a 67 rated main event, and that is pretty damn good when you consider what the last show was. So this pay-per-view is going to do pretty well. Back in Black. Turn one of the cats and have them feud with each other. Yeah, I think Wolverine can turn. I think he can go face because I think Brandon's better as a heel. Although Big Cat Brandon, probably maybe want him to be a face with his gimmick. It kind of seems like a face gimmick. Anyway, this is a really good match, but we do have Nemesis. I mean, how can we not have him at the moment be losing to anybody? But he does defeat Vengeance. I'm a big fan of Vengeance. We're going to push him for sure. He's already a former Dave Extreme champion. He beat him in 15:56, so we need to cap that at 15 minutes. And of course, you guys let me know. We can actually do a 15-minute slow build. That's kind of perfect. But he defeated him by pinfall with a Nemesis arrow. But yeah, during the match, we also had Veibert distract Vengeance. Of course, Veibert's getting involved with Vengeance quite a bit now. They're all sort of involved in the same storyline. However, Veibert, Vengeance, they're kind of really going at it. Then, of course, the other side of things, we have Tyler, sort of aligned with Veibert, and Nemesis, of course, aligned with all of them, apart from Vengeance and Johnny. So it's all coming around full circle, to be honest. But yeah, what a match! What a match! We've got a 77 there in ring from Nemesis, and a pretty solid 52 as well. All right, there we go. We got a 55, even with all these sort of production penalties. So I'm actually really happy with that. That's a solid show, and increased our popularity in one region as well. So we essentially got our popularity back that we lost from that last show. But there are some people we probably need to praise here. We need to praise. Well, we definitely need to praise Nemesis. But we also want to praise. I guess we need to praise Monty because he picked. Oh, I don't want to do that. Move this? Okay. Yeah, so Monty needs to be praised, and I guess we can. I might praise Puerto Rican Power as well, actually. Let's go Puerto Rican Power and Monty. He picked up the injury. I might actually point Nemesis out as a good example. Probably should have given Monty a hug there. Yeah, Jaren, that's exactly what I mean. I think we have to literally put him on every show at this point. Even though he's expensive as hell, but yeah, you're right. The whole raid, we need another road agent anyway, so it makes sense. And having him, I mean, even if he versus like a jobber in the main event, this is interesting though. We've got Nemesis apparently thinking Puerto Rican Power needs to learn how to sell. Apparently, the kid is not worth pushing. I mean, 42, it's pretty low. Pretty low. But what's funny is Puerto Rican Power is actually more over in Puerto Rico than Nemesis is. As you can see, his popularity is up to 20. Although it potentially might have already been 20. I don't know. Anyway. Apparently Johnny Martin thinks Monty Walker isn't tough enough for the business, because I guess he just picked up an injury, so there we go. Anyway, let's have a look at the medical now. So yeah, Monty can only work angles. We can actually do surgery on it. And it's low risk. Do I just go for surgery? I mean, we may as well. Alright, there we go. Surgical success. And that's dropped down. Dropped down by 8 days. So yeah, I mean, it's not anything too special. But yeah, Caulfield, we forgot to give him an angle. So we need to give him an angle on the next show. But I'm kind of looking at this, and I mean, we're kind of hemorrhaging money at the moment. I mean, the ticket sales just aren't really cutting it, to be fair. I think I'm going to change this up. I'm going to change the schedule up. Instead of having this be a weekly show, I'm going to have it be a monthly show. And yeah, we're just gonna run. I think I want to run all the shows in week 3. So we'll run the first show in week 1, all the rest of the shows in week 3. Just to essentially split it up. I can't change that one though. Yeah, I mean, it's probably for the best to only run 2 shows per month. I mean, even the one show, we could probably just run it like an actual pay-per-view per month. Sort of at this stage, although we would get through the game pretty quickly, which I don't exactly want to do. These ones can stay. The Extreme Doubleheader, I don't really want to change that. It's kind of a, I guess it has a pretty important historical bearing on the company. And then we'll leave the Christmas with the Devil there as well, because obviously it needs to be in week 4. The pay-per-view revenue, well, it's not on pay-per-view. It's not on any actual pay-per-view broadcaster, which is what that actually means. Need to actually be on a pay-per-view broadcaster in here, such as American Options, as you can see, pay-per-view provider. So we would need to be on them to actually gain that pay-per-view revenue. That's a no. The only finances we're getting in is sponsors, which is very low because of our product setting, and ticket sales, really. I mean, merchandise, I should upgrade merchandise. 100%. Let's go rapid. We need merch to go up as fast as possible. I should have done that straight away, to be honest, because as soon as you get into a company, just upgrade merch. The higher you can get your merch as fast as possible will generate you a lot of income very quickly. Down the line, though. Down the line. Once it actually upgrades itself. Anyway, we're at 38 popularity there in the tri-state. Let's got a lot of advancing to do, so I may as well advance and have a sip of water here, and we'll go into the next month as well. Yeah, at the moment, Dave's, it's just too small. All right, let's get into the next month. I mean, it looked like we already lost about $25,000, which seems like a lot, and it definitely is a lot, especially at this this low stage. How many storylines do we have? I think we have 3 at the moment, but we only need to advance 1. So, I mean, I don't really want to play with storylines in this sort of live stream series. Like, very loosely will I describe what's going on. I kind of just want to get through the game and just, experience the actual game. Because obviously the local to global series over on YouTube, that's primarily where my storyline creativity is gonna be coming from, or gonna be going to. Shorten the shows, that's a good idea as well. Even still, a 2-hour show, really not that much. Although, I guess in saying that, our maximum match length is only 15 minutes, so that might be a good idea. We might drop it back down to an hour and a half. Oh man, I just love processing through 2 weeks of game. It's always a fun time. I remember doing it back on the local to global. We literally ran one event per month, then having to skip the next like 28 days or whatever it is. Got pretty frustrating, but it's fine. You got to do what you got to do at this type of level, and we'll get through it. We'll get through it. We'll get booking again. And I'm really surprised with that main event. That was a decent match. Obviously, it's Nemesis, so he's going to carry. He pretty much has to with his popularity. The leeway event times have, yeah. I mean, when you're booking a TV show and you want to just fit one more match potentially on there without actually changing how long the shows are going to be. Whoa, that's a lot of stuff. Whoa, we finished first out of 4. We actually won the regional battle. I guess that's how good our show actually was. Looks like, I mean, some people look like they're being pretty loyal. Alright, so Caulfield's back now as well. I mean, I wouldn't mind losing Cook, if I'm being honest. Walker's back as well. I mean, JJ Coles, even he didn't leave, to be fair. XWF, or XFW, sorry, raising their production values to Majestic. I mean, it kind of looks like, a lot of people are just coming in hard, man. They're coming in real hard. XFW also increasing their production values to high as well. I mean, basically, our whole roster is wanted by people. And they are essentially our direct rivals. So, make of that what you will. Yeah, anyway, we lost about 24,000 last month, so maybe it would be a good idea to standardize our length to an hour and a half. XFW will die first. Yeah, I mean, it looks that way with, them increasing all their values. How much money do they have? If they don't have money, I mean, they've got less money than we do. Yeah, I mean, they're pretty well done. I mean, what's their popularity? Their size? It's 5-star. I mean, they've got 40, so they actually beat us in popularity in the tri-state. Fair play to them. All right, let's get into the next show. Again, just generic venue. Let's do some meddling because we need to do that. We've got a backstage incident. Freddie Datson brightening the mood backstage, and then we have nice. That's Nemesis taking Roy Stevens under his wing as a protege. We will take that as well. All right, and then meddling between JD and Vengeance. Hopefully this doesn't backfire. I would hate for them to have a strong dislike or even a hatred of each other, because they're likely to be, versing each other for the foreseeable future as well. Anyway, the main event for this show, I mean, Freddie Datson versus... Yeah, we may as well do it. Let's go Freddie Datson taking on Nemesis. He also gained a point of popularity from the angle and winning the match. Potentially getting me a little bit worried if he's going to continue to rise in popularity, at least in the tri-state, make it a little bit more, worthwhile for SWF to get him on an exclusive written contract. I believe we can call this one as well. Obviously, don't need to look at you. Yeah, 72. 72 from Freddie there. I mean, that should be real good. Of course, Freddie's got the hardcore as well. It's actually his highest stat, the primaries. So we shall leave it as a hardcore. All right, let's have a tag team rematch for the titles. So Black Murder taking on the Animals. And basically, we are going to do our 50-50 booking here, and they are going to win the tag team titles back. That was quick. Not a very good a good win there. Kind of a bad way, if you will. Alright, well, we can't do that, so let's go for a wild brawl, I guess, between the two teams. Still can't do it. Okay, can you do 8? Please tell me you can. Okay, never mind. We're going to keep this one regular. There we go. We need them to win back the titles. Comes out with a chair. Oh, that's a very good way. Thank you, Jaren. That's perfect. I'll book that right now, just so I don't forget. So let's have Freddie be number 1. Then we'll have Nemesis. And, yeah, Caulfield. So I guess we'll go selling. I just want to go entertainment. I know it's an attacking angle, but I want to make it 6 minutes anyway. So we'll have Caulfield come in for the save. And I guess he can turn in this as well. Alright, there we go. So Chris Caulfield to turn. Go into a face, backing up tag team partner. And we shall add them back together. We'll put the belts on Tyler and Morpheus. Mikey just isn't... Yeah, I mean, he's not good enough. I know that, but... I don't know. I don't know what to do right now, to be honest. What should we call them? What should we call Tyler and Morpheus? Power Rangers? I don't know. Just playing around. So Eric. I think maybe I want to call them Big Business because obviously they're wearing the suits. Ground and Pound. Yeah, I mean that's not too bad. Of course, Morpheus that kind of fits pretty well with his dominant size difference. Serious Business. That is perfect. Serious Business. I love that name. That's actually that's a really good tag team name. All right, Serious Business. I mean, they look like they're up to the task. You know what I mean? They definitely look like they're up to the task. So let's put them in another match together. I mean, we may as well start building up their experience. The real question is, who do I put them against? Guess we just go for guys like Roy Stevens and I mean Jake got JJ Coles. I mean he's a face, we may as well. There we go. Have this one. I guess this one could be the car crash. Or I guess this one, no, it should be the wild brawl, shouldn't it? No, it should definitely be car crash. No, Mayhem. Mayhem's the match we want. This will hide the lesser workers. I'm gonna really try and use Eric to get Morpheus up now, up the card, because if we just keep giving him the sort of pinfall victories in these matches, it should work pretty well. And if we do a cheeky little angle between serious business, they'll do well. You know, they'll get over well. I mean, Eric's already kind of over. All right, so what else are we gonna do? No DQ, singles match. Puerto Rican Power. I kind of just want to put Puerto Rican Power in just a normal match for once to see kind of what's going to happen. Could maybe have him take on Doug Peak. Because Doug's only 17 years old. I know he's still going to be a relatively big boy, but I mean, Puerto Rican Power. I mean, he's a big boy as well. I mean, he's a ripped big heavyweight. So there we go, 320 pounds. He's a bit of a badass, let's be real. I mean, Doug's probably pretty big as well. Yeah, bulky heavyweight, so he wouldn't be that far behind. But we're not going to have him dominate this match. I don't think we need to. I guess it will be hardcore. Yeah, just for 10 minutes. This one, that's Mayhem. Now, does Mayhem need a build as well? Okay, so that actually builds them up. So having a Mayhem match pretty early on is actually a good thing. Have Coles or Stevens take stunt bumps. Probably don't want to do that right now. I kind of need the jobbers because we need to try and get people over. I mean, if they pick up, you know, long-term injuries, not going to be the best thing in the world. Anyway. So that's gonna there. That needs to go after. I guess let's go one more match on the card. Because we literally haven't used quite a few people. Maybe we just have Zeus debut. And let's give Johnny another win to open the show. Keep building up his momentum. And we'll just work the crowd with that one. Yeah, I mean that seems pretty good. Have Johnny get a nice little opening match victory. Definitely, you know, the fans will be happy to see the champion come out wrestle first. Especially with Nemesis in the main event. Yeah, I mean that looks pretty good. Yeah, never tell green workers to stunt bump. Does not end well. You're exactly right, Terra. Oh man, can you just imagine how poorly they would stunt bump in the first place? Like let alone, you know, a senior worker that knows exactly what he's doing. There's still a massive risk for that guy, but to have a green worker do it, literally just asking for trouble as a company doing that type of stuff. All right, so we need a wild brawl. Could make this the wild brawl, but I mean, it's going to go for 15 minutes, so it's kind of a long time. We'll do this one. Do Puerto Rican Power and Doug. Maybe not. Never mind. We won't do that. We'll do the other match. All right. So needs to be wild brawl. We're gonna have to make it like 7 minutes or something. Not even 6 minutes. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna make it 8 minutes, and he's just gonna struggle. I really couldn't care less at this point. Let's just have him struggle, and you know that'll be that. All right, so I guess we're just gonna spam the Nemesis angles really. So we'll do one of these before the main event. And then I guess Puerto Rican Power can have another angle, even though it's going to be pretty dreadful. I think just having him sort of be in singles matches is it's eventually gonna keep building his popularity up. Serious Business, we'll go for Eric and Morpheus. Entertainment Menace. I really like this tag team, man. It's a really interesting tag team we got. Because Morpheus is obviously the bigger of the two. And obviously Eric Tyler is the mouthpiece of their tag team. I guess a bit similar to maybe like MJF and Wardlow from AEW. Wardlow, he always looks menacing, and he's a big guy. So he'd definitely be our Morpheus in this sort of scenario. I guess they also kind of have the same sort of name. You know, a single name to describe each of them. I mean, that looks pretty good. That's 85 minutes, so that's kind of where we need to be, really. I mean, it's another 5 minutes, and that's the maximum, the recommended time for our TV, our weekly shows, monthly shows, whatever they are. So let's run it. Let's go for it. Started with a 46 rated match. Very good opening contest. Johnny Martin is putting in some decent work. Definitely a workhorse, so I can kind of see why they put the title, or why the title is on him, to be honest. We do have Johnny Martin defeating the debuting Zeus Maximilian at 19 years old. What is he? The Bronze God, I believe. Yeah, the Bronze God. Or the Sun-Kissed God. I don't know, something like that. But he defeats Zeus in 940 by pinfall with a twist on the rocks. Luckily, Zeus debuting his Egomaniac gimmick, getting an initial rating of great. Maybe Johnny Martin is the Shane Douglas of Dave. Yeah, I mean, I could see that. I could definitely see that. But yeah, super happy with that great gimmick. Although we have a con here as well, giving a small penalty to charisma during matches and angles. Really hate those, man. They seem pointless. Anyway, we then go into Serious Business, officially together as a tag team, getting us a 54 rating. So, I mean, Morpheus performed poorly, but you know what? Eric Tyler is the real star. He is the real star in the scenario. Exactly. Morpheus is Tyler's bodyguard to protect him from crazy fans. And, you know, just to beat people up in the ring. That's what Morpheus wants to do. Now, we talk about serious business. Beating people up is Morpheus's business, and he's looking pretty good at it at the moment. And obviously, Tyler's seen something pretty impressive in him as well. So there we go. Their tag team match getting us a 40 rating. Interesting. Lots of positives here actually for it was a Wild Brawl, yes? No, Mayhem. For the Mayhem match. We've got Serious Business defeating Roy Stevens and JJ Coles in 10:22 when Morpheus pinned Roy with the Stampede. Obviously, Eric head and shoulders above everybody else in the match, but yeah, so Eric was held back by the chaotic nature because he's obviously very talented. But as you can see, the chaos of the match being a Mayhem match has helped hide how bad Morpheus, Roy, and JJ are in the ring. So it's definitely helped. Yeah, good Mayhem match, exactly. I mean, that's kind of the reason why we do it. And a 40 for these two workers in that match. Definitely pretty good. And it's also good to see Morpheus with a 30 in-ring. Alright, we then go into a 26 rated Menace angle from Puerto Rican Power. And it's up 3 points from his last one, so we'll take it. Take it. Hopefully his match is better. I just want the matches to be better because what do you get? A 4 and then a 7 for the two squash matches. I need at least a 25 or above. There we go. 25 is perfect. All right, get a 25 finally. Puerto Rican Power defeating Doug Peak in 10:24 by pinfall. The San Juan Rush. Both of them actually getting 24 in-ring performances, so a 25 is not too bad. And we will take it. Alrighty, we then go into the tag team title match, getting us a 37 rating there. So we have Black Murder defeating the Animals in 7:37 when Elijah Black pinned the Wolverine with a Soul Train. And of course, Black Murder win back the Dave Tag Team titles, the titles they lost at Back in Black. Unfortunately, Murderous Mikey seemed off his game, and then obviously the negative tag team chemistry between the animals, and of course Mikey also visibly tiring, but you know, it's fine. It's only Mikey. Not gonna worry about it too much. We then go into a 76 rated Nemesis angle. Very good stuff. We're gonna keep spamming these. They're gonna help out the shows massively. And it's only going to increase his popularity. So in theory, they're only going to get better and better and better. Which is crazy to think as well. But likely to lose him as well down the track. So we got to take it. Like I said, I need to think about jobbing him out to Vengeance in order to get Vengeance to that next level. To sort of take over the mantle, if you will. I mean, the more we grow Nemesis's popularity, the less likely he will be to take a pinfall loss, even if we keep him strong or protect him in a match. So it's an interesting one. We're gonna maybe we'll just do a rematch, him versus Vengeance, and maybe try and put Vengeance over in that contest at the next pay-per-view. Anyway, the main event, getting a 69 rating. We got Freddie Datson being carried. Absolutely carried. But yeah, Nemesis defeating Freddie Datson in 14:55 by pinfall with a Nemesis arrow. I mean, that's 1 point away from a 70, man. That would be a solid green rating in our third show. I mean, that actually seems pretty decent. I didn't even expect to be doing this well this early, and I think we're definitely doing pretty well. There we go. Freddie doing pretty good things as well. Of course, Miss Bliss helping him out at ringside. And the final angle on the show, we only get a 50. Yeah, maybe I should have not had Caulfield doing any entertainment. We still get a 50, but as you can see, Caulfield looked dreadful in the segment, and he was also very poor trying to improvise dialogue as well. I guess he would say, you know, Caulfield to the rescue or something like that. Anyway, it's a very good way to finally turn him into the babyface. And the turn didn't go down very well. Lovely. Okay. Let's finish the show here. We get a 57 rated show, so that's also increasing our popularity, which is perfect. And once again, I think I want to just go for Monty. We didn't even use Monty on that show. Let's go. We'll go Morpheus. We'll give him some encouragement. I mean, Nemesis. We'll go with him again. And then maybe let's go for Johnny, because Johnny, will point him out as a good example, praise Nemesis, and give some encouragement as well. Should have scripted him, yeah. I mean, but the thing is, if I script Caulfield, then I would have to script Nemesis as well, and Nemesis benefited from not being scripted, so I could have just had him not rated on anything in the angle, to be honest, and he still would gain popularity as well. Alright, so Nemesis also thinking that JJ Cole needs to learn how to sell, and the kid is not worth pushing, so there we go. Anyway, we can actually do that rematch, of course. Counterculture, the next pay-per-view, is only in 9 days. So, yeah, we could do that. So let's take a look real quick. I want to see what Vengeance's... I want to see what his popularity is right now. So it's at 49. Is actually down 1 point. Which is, it's not good. I don't want him to be losing popularity, so... Yeah, it's a tough one. We're going to have to try, I think, and give him the win. It's going to be tough, but we're going to have to try. Yeah, Terra. He lost. He lost in the match, but well, he also lost the original tag team match as well that we did at the start. Yeah, Vengeance. I know he doesn't. He shouldn't be losing, but obviously to Nemesis, he'll take the loss because it's Nemesis, you know. But I'm gonna try. I want to try and give him the victory back. His victory. I'm gonna try and make it decisive as well. So it'll be a decisive victory versus a decisive victory, and then I guess we can have like the third final rubber match, if you will. Maybe not straight away, but we'll. What I'll do is we'll make the Vengeance Nemesis match the main event here again, and then I'll put JD and Johnny together, maybe in a tag team match or something like that, 6-man tag, whatever. It doesn't really matter too much, but we'll get them in there. Oh no, here we go. This is it. This is the raid. Oh, the raid's coming early. Oh no. Eric Tyler. There we go. Exclusive written contract. Oh man. Why? Why have they got to do this to me this early? We're in the second month. And Holly Weird already coming in for both Eric Tyler and Vengeance. I mean, even CGC, they're going for an exclusive handshake deal. Oh, I can't believe this. We have the best tag team for him as well. I know, Tyler. I mean, I'm actually more worried about Vengeance because I was kind of hoping to put, all my chips onto Vengeance being our future star. He was going to be, I guess, the first exclusive written contract I was going to offer out. Come on, man. Why? I know he's basically got 50 pop in a couple of regions. It's not even that expensive. Oh, why? Why have they got to do it? That makes me upset. That actually makes me upset. I mean, I don't know what to do. I mean, I guess we even try. I mean, if I offer him an exclusive written contract, we're just going to run out of business. So, gonna have to take the L, I guess. Yeah, it's just a big fat L. All right, we're gonna have to build some of our own stars. Even Elijah Black. I mean, he's one half of our tag team champions. Not really too upset about it, to be honest, but damn, they are going in hard. He's 33 and he has no popularity. I mean, Vintana, we haven't even used Vintana, so bye-bye. Bye-bye. Oh man, that's super frustrating. Alright, well, looks like we're losing two of our top stars. Luckily, we still have Nemesis, which I thought was probably going to be the big problem. And that's turned out not to be the big problem at all. I mean, we still got Nemesis, we've still got Johnny, still got JD, we still got Monty as well. I guess I'm gonna have to push Monty now. Monty is pretty good, to be fair, so not exactly a bad thing. Put Larry Wood over Vengeance. I mean, that's not a bad idea either, actually. Job them out. Oh, I'm definitely going to job him out. So unfortunate. Maybe I should have Morpheus go over Eric. That'd be pretty funny. only up to 18, man. I mean, he's made a decent amount of progress, but frustrating. But we're gonna have to get over it anyway. We got Puerto Rican power coming up. Although I'm kind of worried about him, losing him as well. Imagine if we lose him as well. I mean, B-Cat Brandon, should I start pushing him now as well? Because he does have the star quality. And obviously, I mean, he's not going to be a tag team wrestler anymore. Yeah. Yeah, Hollywood. JK, what's his name? JK Stallings? Yeah, he's probably got some sort of ridiculous level of owner, business or whatever it's called. Massive business setting. Anyway, let's just get into the event. I've got to work out what I want to do now, actually. So I guess things are gonna have to change. Alright, so I guess, well, Vengeance, I guess we just do the title match now, to be honest. So frustrating. Alright, so the main event, let's go for, and honestly, I don't know what to do. I'm really kind of almost stuck. I mean, we could push Freddie. I mean, we're likely to lose Freddie as well. I mean, if they're coming in for those guys, what's the chance that they're not going to try and take Freddie away? I mean, Johnny's only 27 as well, so it ain't looking good. All right, what I'm thinking maybe is we give JD Morgan a win over Vengeance, and then maybe we have, I was going to say Nemesis in a tag team match in the main event against, I don't know. I don't know, really. Maybe Caulfield, go Caulfield and Freddie in the main event and actually link them up as a tag team. Yeah, I think we're going to do that. So let's do it this way. JD Morgan. Still don't know why he's hated by the fans. Yeah, have no idea. Anyway. Maybe it's the star quality being so low. I honestly have no idea why that comes up, to be honest. Yeah, JD versus Vengeance. You know what? Let's just give it 15. I mean, if we can, we may as well. So I guess we'll have 2 15-minute matches on this card. So Morgan's going to get that win. Hopefully that'll boost his popularity up a little bit. We'll make it decisive as well, because we want to take as much pop as we can. And then the tag team match. Yeah, it's weird because Morgan is good. He's also like very popular as well. Vengeance versus Martin for the title. Yeah, I mean, I would like to do that, but I need to have Nemesis in the main event. I'm just worried not having him in the main event. JD stinks at hardcore, no? That might be it. Let's have a look at that. Yeah, I mean, it's 22, so it's pretty bad. And actually, the other guy that has pretty good technical ability isn't exactly liked either, so that's probably what it is. Saying that, let's make it a regular match, I guess, between these two. Because that'll prevent it being hardcore. Might do something, maybe not. Who knows? Martin is good enough. The main event. Is he though? Is he? Are his matches gonna beat Nemesis's matches right now? I don't think they are. Honestly, I really don't think they're gonna be beating it. I mean, he got a 69 on the last show in the main event. I don't know. I think I want to have maybe Morpheus essentially be recruited into I guess the inner circle, if you will, of Veibert. Because obviously, I mean, he's losing Tyler, so it would kind of make sense. Anyway, let's put these two guys together before I do anything else. So we need to add both Caulfield and where is he? Freddie. Freddie Dats. Any names? Any suggestions for tag team names for Caulfield and Freddie Datson? Apparently we have another tag team though. We've got Criminally Insane, Murderous Mikey and Zeus. That might be like a new tag team that was just started. Tag team suggestions. I'm honestly pretty happy just to go with Caulfield and Datson, to be honest. Let's suggest a name. Rebels. No Remorse. No Remorse is good enough. Let's just add him. I mean, realistically, they're not going to have any remorse. I want to keep them together as a unit. Alright, so let's add that main event. Have No Remorse take on... Do we go Nemesis and Morpheus? I mean, they could be a good tag team as well together. I mean, I don't see why not. I mean, who else could we throw in? I mean, I want to job Eric Tyler out to somebody on the roster. Probably Johnny Martin, to be honest. So we're going to have some good matches on the card. Maybe I won't make this the main event. You know what I'll do? Let's have Eric Tyler versus Johnny Martin in the main event for the Dave Extreme title. I know he's technically not next in line. It's supposed to be JD, but I mean, he's leaving anyway. We may as well just give him a title shot. It's still the same storyline as well. With Veibert's, men vying for that title. So we'll do this one. We'll make this one, this one can just be 12. And it doesn't need to be anything too special. I guess we'll go Car Crash as well. Have Nemesis get the victory as well. Oh, Vintana, yeah, definitely got to job him out as well. I might job him out to Puerto Rican Power. Okay, it's not good. Okay, 10. They can do 10 minutes. There we go. All right, so let's do that world title, not world title, the extreme title match. So Johnny Martin, the champion, taking on Eric Tyler. Should be a good match. They both have popularity as well. Do I make it hardcore though? I think we do. Yeah, we'll go hardcore. We'll go hardcore. Of course, I mean, Johnny has to retain. I can't believe we're losing both of them, man. That's... Yeah, Martin versus Tyler going to be 15 as well. It's crazy. Absolutely insane. Alright, so let's use Vintana as well. So upset I'm losing Vengeance. So upset. Alright, just 10 minutes there for Puerto Rican Power Vintana. And this one can be hardcore as well. Puerto Rican Power getting a big victory, I would say. Pretty big. Didn't put the title on the line. I will do that in a second. We definitely need to get another title defense on there as well. Actually, we need to job the what's his name out as well, the current tag team champ. We're gonna have new tag team champions once again. Yeah, Vengeance. Well, Vengeance is the one I had the long-term plans with. Who gets the titles? That's the interesting question now. I mean, I almost feel like it has to be the Animals again. I literally just took them off. McWade's. Now, I was thinking the McWade's as well. Or do I go for a random team? I could just throw together a random team. Maybe JJ Coles and Monty Walker. They kind of look like they could be a tag team together. Let's do it. I'm gonna go with a random team, a face team. Then we can actually Monty with Henry. I just don't like Henry, to be honest. He's got good entertainment stats. I'll give him that. Everything else is just so bad. 28 selling, 35 psychology. I mean, he's only got 45 basics. I'm gonna go with JJ Coles. We're gonna stick with him, I think. I mean, this is only like a sort of impromptu tag team. You know, they're not gonna hold the belts for very long. A decisive. Let's make the loser Elijah. There we go. All right, so this one, I guess I should probably make this one the Wild Brawl, because there's a lot of workers in this one that are not so good. Mayhem of the car crash. No, we're gonna make it the Wild Brawl. So, oh, actually, no, we'll make it Mayhem. Yeah, Mayhem. Mayhem's the one I'm talking about anyway. Yeah, Mayhem. All right, Wild Brawl. I guess. And it could nearly go to this match, to be honest. And it would almost kind of make sense after what happened last week between No Remorse and Nemesis. Obviously, we don't really need it to be car crash, so let's make it Wild Brawl. And there we go. All right, that sort of figured things out a little bit better for us. And that's all the workers jobbed out as well. So let's do angles before we do anything else. Go Johnny. Let's go both of them. Johnny and Eric together. For 6 minutes. We'll go success. I guess that'll go pre-main event. Of course, we have to go for a Nemesis angle. I guess we might go with Morpheus in there as well. So we'll just go the Entertainment Menace angle. Do I want to put him in the storyline? Because that'd be interesting. Yeah, Wild Brawl. Yeah, it needs workers with decent brawling, but everybody in that match has pretty good brawling. I mean, Nemesis has like 80 brawl to begin with. Let's just leave it like that. It's fine. He doesn't need to be in the storyline. I mean, JD can't even speak. Puerto Rican Power can obviously have a menace angle. So particularly want it to open the show, but I guess that's what we're doing. And then maybe Monty. Not terribly great on the microphone. JJ's not too bad either, though. But obviously, JJ has kind of non-existent Nemesis teaming with Morpheus to raise his pop, then have him beat. Yeah. I mean, Morpheus is going to have to step up. I guess he's kind of him and Puerto Rican Power, kind of the two big youngsters that I'm going to have to put some faith in them as well. Maybe a guy like Tim Westybrook as well. I guess I'll just go with Monty. Just on entertainment by himself. We'll just give him 6 minutes to say whatever he wants to say, really. Going to become the new tag team champion, so I guess he's going to talk about that. Yeah, Morpheus, it won't be for a long time, before he goes over Nemesis. Bearing in mind, if we can keep Nemesis for a long time. So there we go. That looks like a pretty good show. We're at 92 minutes, so we're 2 minutes over the allotted hour and a half, but let's run it. Alright, so we start off with a 28 from Puerto Rican Power, but luckily he's actually getting better at his gimmick. Praise the Lord. Getting better at his gimmick. Thank you. We also got 1,100 people in the tri-state area. Yeah, Tim Westybrook, he's definitely got a lot of upside, does Westybrook. I think he'll come along nicely. He's only 21 as well. Alright, the match gets a 35, so that's actually... Oh, that's really frustrating. Puerto Rican Power and Vintana have pretty good chemistry, lifted the match. Of course, a worker that's leaving on an exclusive written contract. Lovely. Anyway, we got Puerto Rican Power defeating Vintana in 9:53 by pinfall with a San Juan Rush. Good victory for him. The machines for mid-card support, so Human Arsenal, yeah. Human Arsenal, Brent Hill would be good. But yeah, Vintana with a 38. That's not actually that bad, really. That bad. Alright, we then go into a 46. That's actually not too bad from Monty Walker. I was kind of expecting it to be below a 40. So, yeah, he did a masterful job improvising interactions with the crowd. Getting himself a 46. I'm happy with that. The tag team title match itself, not so good. Not so good. We get a 33. We have JJ Coles and Monty Walker defeating Black Murder in 9:38 when Monty Walker pinned Elijah Black. And then, of course, JJ Coles and Monty win the Dave tag team titles. And, of course, JJ was the weak link as well. I mean, lots of people off their game. Lots of people. We've got Mikey really off his game. Coles off his game, and then Monty Walker really off his game as well. Apparently the chaos of the match helped hide how bad Elijah was performing. That's interesting. I mean, JJ as well, but we know JJ's bad. Not good for Hollywood. The fact that they just signed this guy and he's, the chaos of the match is helping hide how bad he actually is. Sucks to be them, I guess. Anyway, we go into a 58 rated match. Again, the crowd just don't really want to see JD Morgan. I wish it was the other way around. I wish JD was leaving us and Vengeance was staying. Yeah, JD Morgan does indeed defeat Vengeance in 14:48 by submission. They cross-Atlantic stretch. That's a tough one to book right there. You really just don't want to see a guy like that lose, and obviously to lose him makes it even worse. And a 58, that's a really good match rating as well. It's getting up towards the Nemesis level. Speaking of Nemesis, we go into a 64 rated angle. This is really going to help out Morpheus. Big time. We've got Nemesis looking good. Improvising well for Nemesis there as well. And, of course, Morpheus underperforming. As you would expect, being 20 popularity alongside someone with 75. Their tag team match doesn't do as well as that previous one, so fair play. Fair play. It wasn't as good as I thought it would be. We get a 54 though. That's unfortunate if you look down at the notes there. Yeah, the road agent report. Anyway, we have Nemesis and Morpheus defeating No Remorse in 10:26 when Nemesis pinned Freddie Datson with a Nemesis arrow. Obviously, Nemesis head and shoulders above everybody else with an 82 in-ring. But as you can see, Morpheus sustained a shoulder sprain. So yeah, Morpheus picking up an injury there. Hopefully, I mean, a shoulder sprain doesn't actually sound too bad. Although the injury he worked through took a big toll. Hopefully it's only like a month out. We'll have to wait and see. Hopefully not a botch either. Anyway, we go into a 57 rated angle here. Once again, Johnny Martin struggling when going off script. But yeah, both Johnny Martin and Eric Tyler rated on entertainment. And to be fair, it's actually done pretty well. 57 going into the main event. I like what I see. And the main event itself actually getting a 57 as well. And what do you know? We get some more great chemistry. Typical. That is absolutely goddamn typical. It's a really good match as well. 57. Johnny Martin defeating Eric Tyler in 15:05 by pinfall with a twist on the rocks. And Johnny Martin making defense number 6 of the Dave Extreme title. 55 from Johnny, 54 there from Eric Tyler. And they have great chemistry. And he's leaving for Hollywood. HGC. Yeah, damn it, TEW. That is right. TEW screwing us over big time there. Not only are we losing Eric, but we're losing a great chemistry between two main event talents. Oh, it's tough. That's really tough, that one. It's so frustrating. I would rather not see these and not have this great chemistry come up. Because it just makes it that little bit worse. That little bit worse. Anyway, finish the show. We get a 51, so still pretty good. Obviously not a 57, but as you can see, still increasing our popularity in that one region in the tri-state. Tyler has a Guerrero Malenko send-off. Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty good match, man. It's a pretty good match to say goodbye, I guess. Now, we need to praise Morpheus, because he's probably going to be upset about his injury. Who else was in that match? We had Freddie. I'm just going to go with Freddie and Chris Caulfield. And we'll praise all three of them. Like I said, hopefully it wasn't a botch and there's no sort of simmering tension between those guys, because that'd be pretty bad. Maybe Westybrook could beat Murderous Mikey once he loses Elijah. Yeah, I mean, that'd be a nice, easy victory, to be fair. I mean, Vin Tanner's contract was running out anyway. It's pretty funny that he has a contract that can actually run out. Alright, so yeah, he actually accepted the exclusive written contract, and it was indeed a botched move from Freddie Datson. Damn it, Freddie. Anyway, I'll tell you what, the finances are looking a little bit better now. They're looking a lot better. Obviously, the shorter show lengths, less on production, because obviously less shows. Yeah, I mean, we're only 10,000 in the hole at the moment. There we go. We also didn't gain any popularity. Frustrating. We haven't gained any popularity because, of course, we lost some, and we're now only gaining some as well. What's the weirdest injury? I feel like there was a really weird sort of injury. I feel like it was some sort of... It's pretty funny to say it now with what's going on in the world, but I think it was some sort of virus that one of my workers got, and it put him out for like over a year or something. And I was just like, I mean, there can't be too many like viral infections that are going to put you out for a whole year. Groin injury in an eye candy match. That's pretty funny. Not weird, but very, very funny. I mean, you can kind of maybe understand pulling a groin in an eye candy match, if you know what I mean. If you know what I mean. Anyway, let's just advance. I mean, there's nothing else to do really. Madman Boone popular. I don't think he's popular. I think he's only got about 20 pop or something like that. Maybe 30. Saw some people get cancer mid-match. Didn't realize that was a thing. Yeah, I mean that is pretty weird. That is definitely weird. Yeah, I think we're gonna push the McWades. I think they're probably looking like our next tag team champions. Once we are. I mean, I just wanted a face team to take the belts, to be honest. I mean, we've also got Wolverine. Now, Wolverine has a little bit of pop. I think he has about 38 popularity. Look for people with 40 pop in tri-state area. Yeah, it's a good idea. We need to replace the stars we're losing. I mean, even if they're not good, I mean, it's just we can just use them to job our guys. Job them out to our guys. Get our guys just that little extra boost in pop. Would be pretty decent. Honestly, I kind of had a bit of a game plan in my mind when I started the series. I was like, all right, we've got Nemesis, we've got Vengeance. At the very least, I can use Nemesis to get Vengeance over to a decent enough level. And I mean, luckily we've still got Nemesis to at least grow the company in that regard. Putting on good shows, but. I don't know if we're not able to get guys like Puerto Rican Power and Morpheus over, it's going to be pretty tough. Let me just ban that guy. Get him the hell out of here. New York City Wrestling, yeah. I mean, it's a pretty, it's a basic name really, if you think about it. I mean, pretty much one of my first, my first ever series on YouTube for TEW was New York City. And man, that was a series and a half. Anyway, once again, we've actually finished first in the tri-state area. We won the regional battle again, so we're going to get another boosted 5% for our attendances. And yeah, NEW, New England. Yeah, which is the developmental territory for SWF. Oh, luckily, all right, Morpheus is already back, so that's perfect. I mean, PPPW already, increasing their production values as well. I mean, it ain't looking good. Ain't looking good for them. Okay, let's advance. I'm wondering if the other guys have left yet. Why does Bull have issues? Oh, the rib that I did. Such a sensitive soul is Michael Bull. And he's only got 59 refereeing. What about our other ref? What about Jez? Jez has got 70. I should be using Jez more often. Majestic, never mind. Yeah. TEW. They're... I mean, all these companies, they're just taking ridiculous sort of risks, you know? It's just not necessary. Yeah, I mean, ribs, no, they definitely have positive impact. They can actually go, like, you can get it like a double positive from it as well. So, Ryan, when you do a rib, obviously the person themselves can find the rib funny, so they'll potentially get a personal morale boost. Or everybody else in the locker room will find it funny, and that can obviously they can both happen. Or what happened to Michael Bull is what can happen. So he found it. He obviously found the rib unfunny. Now we've got morale issues with him. However, the locker room found it funny. So essentially, what would have happened is we would have gained potentially 1 point onto the backstage rating. All right. I want to get this popularity up, man. I mean, do we go to free tickets or what? Like, I mean, the sooner we get bigger attendances, the more money we're going to be making. So, all right. All right. So we're already up to 70% for the merchandise, which is pretty good. Pretty good. All right. Let's just get into it. Let's have a look at figurehead real quick, actually. I mean, Nemesis kind of seems like he would be a pretty good figurehead for us right now. Is he going to be around? Probably not. He's also better as a heel, an amazing heel. So I guess realistically, we can't do that, which sucks. But yeah, I'm thinking cheap tickets is probably the play, to be honest. Even though we're losing money, I'm tempted just to go free because I mean with free, we'll go cheap. We'll go cheap. But with free, you're like literally guaranteed. If you have a better show than your popularity, it's likely going to go up by 1 point at a minimum. Anyway, we've got Doug Peak helping to create a fun and relaxed atmosphere backstage. We've got Vin lifting the locker room, so I mean that's positive on his way out. And then we got Raul going to wrestlers court there with Nemesis. Happy days. All right, metal. Let's do JD and Vengeance on the way out, but we may as well do it. Hey, there we go. They're leaving as friends. Well, not friends, but work colleagues, shall we say? Meddling success. Okay, that makes me happy. At least on the way out, you know, something's happening. All right, what are we doing for this show? And job them out again? We may as well. We may as well. None of them are faces. That's kind of the problem because I want them to be faces and to lose, but I guess I can put them against a heel. It's not going to matter too much, is it? You know what I will do? Let's do a tag team match and let's have No Remorse take on Serious Business. No, I don't want to do that. They can take on the Darkness Warriors. I was going to do that. I don't know why. This is obviously not the main event, but we'll give Caulfield the victory in this one. Suppose it can be hardcore. I mean, yeah, I mean, I think they're both better at hardcore, so. There we go. The main event. I mean, we can just do whatever for the main event. Nemesis versus any face, really. So let's go Nemesis first. I mean, he can verse Henry. Yeah, why not? What's Henry's stamina looking like? Yeah, it's only 45, so it's probably going to have to be like a 10-minute match, really. Without a doubt, Nemesis is going to win this match. Without a doubt. Yeah, I mean, he can't even go for 12. He can go for 10, though. Morgan over Tyler. Didn't I just do that? I did him over Vengeance. Okay, yeah, we'll do JD. He's up to 45. I think he was only like 40. No, he was always 45. He hasn't gained a single thing. Okay, lovely. All right. We'll give it a decent amount of time as well. And I guess this can be him kind of kicking him out, you know, kicking him out of the impromptu stable that isn't really a Veibert stable. Probably don't want it to be hardcore either. Ooh, Tyler's unhappy. You know what, Tyler? You can just be unhappy, buddy. That's fine. Alright, let's go for Vengeance. I mean, I could just go big on this one and just literally job Vengeance out quite harshly. Maybe to Morpheus. I mean, he's bound to gain some decent popularity from a clean, decisive victory. You know what? I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. There we go. Morpheus, biggest victory of his career. Hopefully this is going to excel him, shoot him up into superstardom. Extremely unhappy. There we go. Alright, and good old Morpheus doesn't even have the stamina to go for that long. And then finally, let's go another singles match. Actually, you know what? No, let's go a tag team. We'll do a tag team rematch, I guess. We may as well. So Black Murder are going to be taking on JJ and where is he? And Monty. I guess once again we'll make this the Mayhem match. You know what? For this one, let's give JJ the victory. And Elijah can once again be the loser. Without fear of repercussion. Perfect. Tag title on the line. There we go. Alright, and then the only one we got left is Tanner. Vin Tanner. Maybe Westybrook? I mean, Westybrook could be a decent option. Yeah, Westbrook over Tanner. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. There we go. Chilly momentum for Tanner. Love to see it. And he is pretty good. Really good stamina there for Tim. And you know what? We'll make this the Wild Brawl. There we go. Extremely unhappy. Perfect. I think I want that one to go on first. Yeah, and then we'll work our way backwards. That looks pretty good. I'm gonna put a few angles in here. So obviously the Nemesis guaranteed, you know, solid match rating or match rating and angle. If I can get my words out right. So we'll get that one in there. I mean, I kind of just want to give Tyler an angle just because I know it's going to boost up the show rating, so we may as well. Let's just give Tyler an angle. I guess he can cut it onto JD. Obviously, we definitely don't want JD rated. So that can just go there. And then I guess we'll just go for Morpheus with a menace angle to kick us off. Because he does have that good menace. He does. It's like 90 something, isn't it? Yeah, 92. I mean, honestly, I'm starting to wonder. Menace angles, I'm still a little bit unsure of. I'm not sure if we should just maybe go entertainment angles for Morpheus right now. Because then I kind of know that the guarantee of popularity gain is going to be there. We'll see how this one goes. I want to have a look. I want to monitor his popularity here. So he's currently at 19. So 19 in the tri-state. Let's run the show, see what happens. We kick things off with a 38, so that's actually pretty good. But I'm wondering in my head, he does have pretty good entertainment stat. That 60 microphones, 60 acting. I think about 60 as well, maybe a bit higher for his charisma as well. 92 menace. It's a pretty big difference. And I'm wondering if an entertainment angle would have been better for him there. Potentially. The match gets a 46 rating, so I mean it's not as great as we kind of expect, but you know what? It's probably going to do wonders for Morpheus there. And we do have Morpheus pulling off a massive upset, defeating Vengeance in 10:06 by pinfall with the Stampede. Great stuff. I hope his popularity is above 30. That would be sweet. Imagine 11 points. Straight away into the mid-card, essentially. Alright, we then have the tag team title rematch. We get a 37. A bit better than last week, actually, or the last show. So I kind of like that. We have JJ Coles and Monty Walker defeating Black Murder once again in 8:07 when JJ Coles pinned Elijah Black with a launching knee. Of course, Coles and Walker make defense number 1 of the Dave tag team titles. Obviously, Monty carrying the match as well. And yeah, the Chaos helping Elijah Black hide how bad he was performing yet again. I'm pretty happy he's gone, to be honest. He doesn't look that good. Alright, we then go into a 30 rated match where we have Tim Westybrook defeating Vin Tanner in 10:10 by pinfall with a TNT whirlwind. And we found some more goddamn chemistry. Oh my god. The workers that we are losing have good chemistry with everybody they verse on their way out. I do not understand it. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, Westybrook defeating Vin Tanner with a TNT whirlwind. Good chemistry. He's getting better at his gimmick as well for Westybrook, so that's another nice positive. But we also had the 2 crazy matches in quick succession. So I think coming off the Wild Brawl, we can't have a hardcore match after it. So it has to be a regular. I think that's what we need to do. So that's fine. We'll do that in the future. We then move into an 80 rated angle. Sorry, 70 rated angle. From Eric Tyler. He's the only one rated on entertainment in this angle. He is a big loss, man. I wasn't even expecting him to kind of be that good either. That's kind of the strange thing about it. Wow. Yeah, I wasn't expecting to lose him, and I wasn't expecting him to kind of be as sort of influential as he's proving to be. All right, that's a really good match, man. 63 rated match. We've got JD Morgan defeating Eric Tyler in 14:49 by submission with a cross-Atlantic stretch. Obviously, the vocal crowd not particularly thrilled seeing JD Morgan, but you know what? That's probably going to be the best match on the card. So there we go. And of course, bye-bye Tyler. All right, we go into tag team action up next, getting a 40 rating. We have No Remorse defeating the Darkness Warriors in 10:24 when Chris Caulfield pinned Raul Darkness with a danger drop. And again, vocal crowd not particularly thrilled seeing Raul Darkness. There we go. I'd probably just get rid of him, to be fair. I mean, I don't know. This tag team, I mean, their job is we'll keep them around, I guess. They're good for a loss. That's about it, really. I mean, Jay can turn out to be pretty good, realistically, but I mean, it would take a lot of effort from me to try and do that. Anyway, Freddie with a 46, pretty good, carrying the in-ring action. We then go into an 84 rated Nemesis angle. 1 point away from that blue rating, which is very nice to see. Yeah, it didn't even actually do well without a script to follow, so it's kind of a neutral road agent report there. And yeah, getting an 84. Happy days. The main event. Does that beat the other match? Yeah, I think it does. What was the other one? 64, wasn't it? So yeah, we got a 67 rated main event here. But again, it's Nemesis, so I mean it's pretty much expected at this point. But Nemesis defeating Henry Lee in 9:58 by pinfall with the Nemesis arrow. Another really solid Nemesis performance out there, getting an 80 in ring. So great stuff, perfect, exactly what we want to see. And the overall show, I think that's our best ever show. Actually, we get a 59. Obviously, the 84 and the 70 rated angle, plus the 63 and the 67 rated matches, gonna boost us up. That's gonna pump up that overall show rating there. That's really good. Increasing our popularity again. And I mean, what do we do now? Let's go for Morpheus. Just again. I mean, he actually had a pretty good performance. So yeah, we'll go with him. Go with Monty, because Monty, you know, he also had an injury recently, but you know what? He's done well. One half of the tag team champions now as well. Pretty pleased with that. Pretty pleased. All right, I think we'll do one more show for this live stream. We're past the 3.5 hour mark, so wanna go and have some dinner soon. And we got some big morale issues now, which is pretty funny. Vengeance with big. Ventana with big, and then Eric Tyler with sort of a medium level. Find a tag team partner for Henry Lee, since stamina is low. Maybe Wolverine with Lee. Yeah, you know what? Let's split those guys up as well. The animals. Let's just go inactive. I mean, we don't have to exactly get rid of them. We can maybe bring them back. I think once you get past a certain level of experience, the tag team, the negative tag team chemistry just goes away. So we can always bring them back. Size, though, we are still stuck at 38 popularity. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Anyway, March into Battle's up next. Let's start advancing to it. I mean, if we don't get a point of popularity from this next show, I don't know. I'll be worried, and I guess we'll just have to go down to free tickets, and I guess see what happens. I've got these birds outside my window as well. You can probably hear them. They are chirping away. They really just don't care. Gotta have some more water. Speaking for this long, pretty difficult. Kind of like the look of that Archangel guy. He looked pretty good. And I mean, if he's a face, we may as well bring him in. Michael Bull becomes the new booker of NEW. That's sort of come out of nowhere. Anyway, congratulations, I guess. Guess now he's going to work for them instead of working for us, so that's actually pretty damn frustrating, if I'm being honest. I mean, luckily for us, we got Johnny and JD in there as well. I mean, maybe we bring in Danny Rushmore. Selfish though, I can't bring in these sort of negative. I mean, there's Mad Dog. But I mean, Mad Dog's, he's only got 14 star quality. Terrible stamina as well. I mean, Wiley Steinway, he's actually a decent worker. And he is part of a tag team as well. I'll think about that. I guess they're probably the current New York City tag team champions. You know what? Before we get into that, let's actually have a look at something. Let's do what was suggested. So let's go for, I guess, minimum popularity in the tri-state. Alright, so Brent Hill. I mean, I may as well just bring Brent Hill in straight away, to be fair. But he's likely to leave as well. I mean, I could see Hollyweird coming in for him as well. He works for RPW. Genghis Khan would be another decent option as well. No, he's very good at hardcore, so... But again, he's selfish, so maybe not. Got Grunt. But he's actually working for Hollyweird right now. I mean, Gonzalez would be perfect to get back in, man. Because he could play a face for us. Let's just go in for him. I mean, what's the worst that can happen, really? I mean, we should have the higher bid, I think, so we'll get him in. I mean, he'll replace Vengeance, I guess, kind of. Lower popularity, but you know, it is what it is. I don't think we have any meddling to do now, so we may as well leave things how they are, to be honest. Alright, main event for this show. I think we're just going to go with what I wanted to go for. We still have the other guys, so I'll job them out again. But they'll probably leave once I actually, you know, job them out again for the final time. I might actually go Puerto Rican Power straight onto Eric Tyler. But let's have a look at Morpheus, because I want to have a look at his popularity. He's up to 24, so he gained 5 points. Pretty good. Gaining 5 points. And I guess I'll give him another victory over... I don't know. Over somebody. I guess over Vengeance again, maybe? I mean, Vengeance is gone. I kind of just don't want him to have like a negative opinion because I would like to try and sign him back. You know, once we go up to medium size, we'll sort of be able to compete with these bigger companies. Anyway, JD Morgan taking on Johnny Martin for the Dave Extreme title. 15 minutes. I think I want to just make it a regular match, this one. Just because it is JD. But JD's not going to be winning anyway, so... I mean, it really doesn't matter too much. The Extreme title on the line, even though it's technically not... Well, it's a no DQ match, so... Technically there is weapons involved, but... Morpheus and Nemesis versus Mick Wades. I mean, that could be a good match. Yeah, I mean, let's do it. Just because you suggested it, Tyler. Tyler No Shoes. Let's do it. I like the McWades. They're definitely going to be up there. Hopefully this will actually maybe give them a little bit of popularity. You know, losing to Nemesis, but I mean, you never know. They could lose some, even though there's really not a lot to lose because they're pretty low. So they'll be pushed. They'll be pushed because they're going to be instrumental for the tag division. Yeah, don't you worry. Tanner's going to be jobbing. Tanner's going to be jobbing. In fact, let's book his job match now. Maybe Freddie. Freddie could be a decent little victor. Maybe Chris Caulfield actually, because Chrissy needs it. Chrissy Core. Let's go, Chris. Chris on Vin. And we might actually go Freddie with Eric. I don't know. It's either him or Puerto Rican Power. Alright, so once again, still exclude booked. So we got Vengeance, so we need a heel to verse Vengeance. Maybe the Wolverine? The thing with Wolverine is he's actually not very good. He's only got 60 basics, 51 psychology, and he's 31 years old already. No entertainment stats. I kind of see him as a bit of an in-between person, unfortunately, but not a lot of upside to him. I don't think I can do... I was thinking about maybe doing Larry Wood, but nah, probably can't do that. Big Cat Brandon? Being realistic, can't really do that either. I mean, he's only got 16 popularity. I would actually feel bad. I mean, honestly, there's kind of no one else. I honestly have no idea who to job him out to. Maybe Doug Peak. We'll go Eddie Peak, because Eddie's the older, sort of better brother as well. I think he has better star quality. Yeah, he's definitely got better star quality. Wow. I think I'm going to go Eddie Peak. Because the Peak boys will be pushed eventually, so... May as well kickstart it, I guess. Oopsies, misclick. And then, yeah. Final match. So Freddie Datson taking on Eric Tyler. I guess we'll make this the Wild Brawl as well. Sure they can call this one. I think Freddie's, yeah, he's got quite good psychology. Alright, so that one needs to be... Let's make this one a work the crowd match. And then this one will be the Wild Brawl. And I'll do an Eric Tyler. Maybe Freddie in there as well. I think Freddie can talk. Let's do double entertainment just to hopefully improve Freddie's, you know, entertainment stats as well. Make this a regular match because it's going on after the Wild Brawl. Actually, you know what? We'll make this one. Make this our Mayhem. And then we'll make this match our regular. Probably won't be as good, but there we go. It's just going to help out the show's flow. Oh, no matches being hardcore. All right. Well, in saying that, we'll make the first match hardcore. There we go. Problem solved. And I guess I'll just go. I don't know. Eddie Peak? Yeah, not really. I'm gonna go for Vengeance again, just for the angle. Henry Lee? I don't really care about Henry, to be honest. Let's go Nemesis and Morpheus again. Let me try script both of them, see what happens there. Never mind. Unscripted, there we go. Let me just double check Morpheus can actually speak. Yeah, he can. So let's try out his entertainment skills. I know he's technically with Nemesis in this match, but I mean, we'll see what happens, I guess. Alright. So we'll chuck that down there. And then I guess just Johnny Martin cutting an angle prior to the main event. We'll have JD off screen. Entertainment. And we'll script him. I need to remember to script Johnny. Johnny is quite bad off script, apparently. Anyway, there we go. That's a pretty good show. Final show of the live stream as well, guys. So let's all enjoy it together. All right, so we start off with, and I put that in the wrong place, but you know what? We can roll with it. We can roll with it. He can come out first in regards to going on last, if that makes sense. I don't know. I'm using a lot of hand actions as well. That's the thought process. So let's pretend and let's roll with that. Anyway, he gets a 59, so it's a pretty solid angle that he's cutting on JD Morgan there. And of course, that actually advances their storyline together. We then go into a angle here for Vengeance. He's cutting an angle onto the young 20-year-old Eddie Peak, who there are big things being touted about Eddie Peak and the Peak brothers as well. Yeah, it gets a 43. Not the best angle in the world there for Vengeance. Did enjoy having the freedom to go off script, but not a great angle. Of course, he's got the morale issues, so yeah, the low morale. His match only getting a 39, but we have another massive upset. Eddie Peak defeating Vengeance in 9:55 by pinfall with a peak of perfection. What a great finishing name. Love that. And hopefully that'll help his popularity out, as we're probably going to struggle to build up a lot of pop going forward. Alright, we then go into a 48 rated angle where we have both Eric Tyler and Freddie Datson sort of going back and forth with each other. It's a bit of a war of words, continued insults being thrown back and forth. And as you can see, yeah, Miss Bliss helped him. They're a good pairing. Peak of perfection being like Shelton Benjamin's pay dirt. I mean, yeah. I mean, you can imagine whatever you want it to be, basically. I honestly have no idea what it is. But yeah, I mean we can go with that. Their match together also getting a 48 rating, so exactly the same as the angle there as well. Pretty happy with that, to be fair. And we have Freddie Datson defeating Eric Tyler in 9:39 by pinfall with a Patriot press. Yeah, good stuff. I mean, that's just a good match, to be honest. Even with Eric Tyler's morale issues. Alrighty, we then go into a 70 rated angle. I like what I see. This is why I wanted to go on entertainment. Because he might underperform in the angle on Menace. But because his entertainment stats are they're pretty good. They're, like I said, they're about 60 or above. I mean, he just banged out a 70. And as you can see, he worked the crowd well using the freedom improvised to his advantage. So, and that's just a positive. Very, very good angle. Their match gets a 59 as well. So it's only going to help Morpheus more and more. I mean, I guess the next thing we should say is the more I push Morpheus, the higher the chance that HGC are going to come in and try and sign him as well. Potentially something we might have to look out for in the near future anyway. Could always maybe try and sign him to like a 6-year contract, but I mean, in the next 6 years, his popularity is probably going to skyrocket to a pretty high point, at least around the 80 mark minimum. And with that ironclad deal, we're only going to be paying the minimum offer that we originally give him, and he can't ask for any pay rises till the sort of contract renegotiation. So it's tough. It's tough. Anyway, 59. Got Nemesis and Morpheus defeating the McWade brothers in 9:47 when Nemesis pinned Dean McWade with a Nemesis arrow. Alrighty, we then go into a 30 rated match where we have... You've got to be kidding me. You have got to be kidding me. Get a 30. Got Chris Caulfield, Chrissy Core, defeating Vin Tanner in 9:48 by pinfall with a danger drop. Chris Caulfield and Vin Tanner have great chemistry together. I cannot believe the amount of great chemistry we have gotten from the 3 workers that are leaving our goddamn company. Every match every show we've had one piece of, great chemistry, positive chemistry between workers. I mean, I'd probably be more upset if it was like a tag team chemistry, because that's the really hard thing to find, and the tag team chemistry in TEW especially is used so much more often than you would kind of expect a singles match sort of between competitors. Anyway, the chaos of the match helped hide how badly Caulfield was performing as well. Alright, the main event. We actually did pretty well. We get a 61 rated main event here where we have Johnny Martin defeating JD Morgan in 15:02 by pinfall. They twist on the rocks. Johnny Martin making defense number 7. That's quite a few defenses there. Defense number 7 of the Dave Extreme title. And as you can see, it's a better match than the in-ring performances sort of suggest. We've got a 54 for Johnny, 56 there for JD Morgan. And of course, the vocal crowd did not enjoy seeing Mr. Morgan wrestle in the ring. Pretty funny stuff, to be honest. Anyway, let's end the show. final show of the episode or of the live stream. If you're watching over on YouTube, it's going to be the end of the episode, 4-hour episode. Just going to rip the live stream. But yeah, there we go. 54. Increasing our popularity in one region. It was a good show. Considering, Nemesis wasn't in the main event, and the main event actually beat Nemesis's match. So, and if we can continue to keep doing that, then I'll be a pretty happy man. Anyway, Chris Caulfield. Let's go for the referee as well. His name. I don't know. I've forgotten his name. Did we even use him? We didn't use the other referee. Okay, never mind. Let's praise some other people. Let's go Johnny and I guess JD as well. Freddie might have been another good option. There we go. That's going to be the live stream. Just want to check a little bit of popularity. We've got to check the size of the company as well before we finish up. There we go. Vintana has left Dave. Alrighty. Please be at 39 popularity. We are still 38. I don't know. I do not know. I have no idea. I have no idea why it's not going up. Alright, well, what I'm going to do, we're going to set the ticket prices. We're going down to free. Enough is enough. Maybe it's because of the penalties. I mean, the wrestling industry is pretty high. It's at a 66 and rising. So I can't really say that that's the reason why. Like, doesn't make any sense. Anyway, Caulfield at 22 popularity there. We've got Eddie Peak up to 20 popularity straight away. It's a nice 5 increase as well. Who else have we got? Let's go to... What about JD? So JD's at 45. Where is he? Johnny is at 48. So that's good. I think he was already there, to be fair. He was actually at 50. He was at 50 when we started. He's down at 48 now. No, I literally can't gain his popularity back. Frustrating. Anyway, Morpheus. Up to 25. 25 pop for him now, so... I mean, it's 6 points higher than it was. I don't know, I just wish the angles were helping him out a little bit more. To be honest, I mean, he gained a point in microphone, which is real good. Point in acting over the last month as well. Yeah, we need more popularity. That's what it comes down to. Anyway, hopefully SWF will keep pushing Nemesis, so his popularity will go even higher. Because that'd be really good. I don't really see why they wouldn't, to be fair. Because he's got the entertainment stats. He's got the in-ring stats as well. So yeah, there we go. Anyway, we're also 10% away from going up to level 4, which is nice because then I can start investing again into our merchandise. Pretty funny that even with cheap tickets, we still made about the same as we did the month previous. We lost a lot out on sponsorship, although I haven't actually finished simming through the month yet. So yeah. Anyways, that is going to be the end of the stream, guys. Make sure you follow the stream if you haven't done so already. And hopefully that'll notify you when I go live. Apart from that, if you're watching on YouTube, make sure you smash a like on the video if you want to see more of the live streams over on Twitch with the Dave series here. I enjoyed it. Honestly, it's so different to what I'm playing with local to global. And that's kind of what I needed right now. I needed something different. So yeah, show your support, smash a like on the video, and there'll be a second stream or a second episode uploaded to YouTube for you guys that can't make the streams. Anyway, make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel as well. And make sure you head over to the Twitch channel if you are watching on YouTube and give that a follow, because you never know. I might be live when you're, around your computer. And, I mean, what's more fun than watching me, mess up? I feel like that's what I kind of did in this live stream here for 4 hours. But you know what? We're going to turn it around. I always turn things around. And I think I have the capability of doing just that. And we have the potential, I think, in this company as well to be able to turn things around. Even losing, two of our biggest stars in the company. Anyways, guys, that's it for me. As always, take it easy and goodbye.